Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the George W. Norris Legislative Chamber. The afternoon session is about to reconvene. Senators, please record your presence. Roll call. Mr. Clerk, please record.
There's a quorum present, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do you have any items for the record?
I have no items at this time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We will proceed to the first item on this afternoon's agenda. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, pending is the motion from Senator Erdman to suspend the rules, Rule 2, Section 2, Rule 3, Section 4F, and Rule 7, Section 6, and provide for the remainder of the 108th Legislature first session. Only one motion to postpone to a time certain, to commit, or to postpone indefinitely shall be offered on the same day at the same stage of the bill or proposition.
Senator Wayne, you are recognized. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I think some people thought that lunch was at 1:30. This is the first day that we are back at 1 o'clock. And we clearly had a quorum quickly, and we're moving things quickly. So I'm sorry to Senator Wayne for that. So here we are, the rules suspension to change the rules. Colleagues, I am at a loss at this point. Nothing I have said this entire session has seemed to even been heard by most of you, let alone resonate with you. You continue to not understand why I'm doing the things that I'm doing. You continue to blame me for how the session is going, as though none of you have any other responsibility, as though the leadership didn't decide, preordain most of this from the beginning of session. The lack of responsibility in this body is astonishing. But I am certain that the majority of you, down party lines, will vote to suspend the rules, because the majority this session If there is a theme of this session besides human rights violation, it is to suppress the minority's voice. It is to suppress free speech. At every turn, the majority has sought to suppress the minority in this body. This is just another attempt to suppress the minority as punishment for one. I know that this is punishment against me. You all know that this is punishment against me. And I have said this morning, I have said to colleagues over the weekend, this does nothing to hinder my ability to do and achieve what I want to do and achieve. Nothing. The only thing this does is disrespect the institution and the people of Nebraska. Circumventing the public hearing process is disrespectful to the people of Nebraska. You will not achieve your goal to silence Senator Michaela Cavanaugh when you vote for this. And that is fine by me. If you all want to look like you have no control except for to penalize one person who is standing up for civil rights, for human rights violations, go for it. Try to silence me as I stand up for trans kids. Keep doing it. Keep fueling my fire, please. Keep showing me that the harder I push, the harder you try to penalize me. I know I'm doing the right thing. I know I am standing against injustices in this state and in this country, and you want to push me down, you want to silence me. It's not going to happen. Vote for this. Please vote for this. Please continue to tell the people of Nebraska, please continue to tell the trans people of Nebraska that you want to silence the minority because you don't know how to play by the rules. You have to change the rules. I know how to play by the rules. I know how to play by the rules that we have today, and I know how to play by the rules we have in 20 minutes from now. I know how to play by the rules, and I will continue to play by the rules. You don't like how I use them? Too bad. I don't like how you use your positions of power. Too bad for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Senator Hunt, you are recognized. Senator John Cavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we're back to the motion to suspend the rules for an amendment to the rules. And I know everybody, we've had this conversation, but I guess to rehash a little bit, this functions more like an amendment to the rules than a suspension because we are suspending for a specific amendment. This is a motion being made by the chair of the Rules Committee who controls whether or not the hearing is held and how quickly it gets reported out, and supported by the speaker who has the ability to schedule it. So this is a question of expediency. I don't think anybody has illusions about what's going to happen here, how this rule change is going to go into effect, but there's been a number of people who have stood up and talked about precedents from previous sessions and said, well, they did this, they did that in previous sessions. So other sessions in the future might look back on this and say, well, they did then, so it must be okay. Even though we could do it the right way and we could follow the procedures set out by this body many times before for what is the appropriate way to make a rules change. I know I've told this story many times, but it's one that I like, and I think it's appropriate here. It's the story from the play and movie A Man for All Seasons, which is about St. Thomas More, who was a principled theologian and lawyer who stood against the King of England when he sought to change the rules and move from the Catholic Church to the Anglican Church. And he had a interloper or a spy in his midst, and his son and daughter were counseling that he should have the man arrested. And St. Thomas More says, Sir Thomas More, I guess at that point in time, says, what should I arrest him for? And he says he's violated no law. And the son says he's violated God's law. And he says, well, we are ruled by the laws of England and not God's law. And he says, would you cut a path through the laws to get to him? And he said, yes, I'd cut down all the laws in England to get to him. And he says, so Sir Thomas More responds, I wouldn't cut down any of the laws. Or he says, would you cut down the laws to get to the devil? And he says, yes, of course I would. And he says, so I wouldn't cut down any of the laws to get to the devil, because when the devil turns right back around on me, I would like the protection of the laws. And so if you cut down all the laws to get to the devil, when the devil turns back on you, how will you stand in that wind that blows? And what he's setting up there, obviously, is an argument where he's saying even the most meritorious of objectives to capture and contain the devil should still be afforded the rights and protections of the law and due process. And that's a principle we've held in this country forever, for that reason, that though we are certain that the outcome is one that we like or that we think is just, we need to use the appropriate process in the event that someone would want to use it against us, because we hope to have those protections. And I've said this many times this year and last in different examples where we've tried to subvert the rules, and I know probably falls on deaf ears today, just as it fell on deaf ears previous times. But it's something that I think, and particularly the new people around here, should understand, is that a subversion of the rules may seem okay right now because everybody wants to get something done. People want to move more quickly.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. But those of you who are new here have yet to have the privilege of having something, a subversion, a perversion of the rules used against you. And maybe it won't happen in your 4 or 8 years here, but most people will have some point in which they feel that the rules have been used against them in an inappropriate way, or that somebody has subverted the process, and you want the protections of those rules. And so you might not see that happening now, but just remember, when that time comes, that you stood and said, we should change the rules for expedience sake. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Erdman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. So I'll just go over briefly what exactly we're trying to do here. I'll read the current rule, and then I'll read it in its changed position. No motion to postpone to a time certain, to commit, or postpone indefinitely shall be being decided, shall again be allowed on the same day, at the same stage, a bill or proposition. And we're changing that to say the following: no motion to postpone to time certain, to commit, or to postpone indefinitely shall be offered on the same day at the same stage of the bill or proposition. That's all we're doing. And so several people have stated that this will have no effect on what happens as far as filibustering. And this has no effect on what I will do. Well, let me ask you, why would that person call me and ask me to withdraw this amendment? Why would anyone who says this will not affect the way they do a filibuster stand up and speak against the motion? If it is in fact not going to hinder anything you do, why are all your lights on? Seems quite obvious that that's not a true statement. You've seen the vote to overrule the chair. I believe that's an indication what's going to happen. This is not an amendment to stifle somebody's ability to speak on a bill. This is not trying to stifle the minority. If that would have been the case, we'd have shut this thing down 2 months ago. We didn't do that. So I think you've had fair and ample time to discuss whatever it is you wanted to talk about. So I think it's time that we move on. And I appreciated the vote that we took earlier, and you did not overrule the chair. And so when we get a chance to vote on this, I believe you'll support that as well. So we'll hear from several more people who want to tell you how this is not necessary, how the minority needs to be respected. And I can tell you what, we respected the minority quite a bit for 51 days. Elections have consequences. And so sometimes you just have to admit it and move on. So vote for the rule change and let's get something done. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Rabel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in opposition to the rule suspension and the change of rule because I still think it's out of order. And I'd like to ask Senator Erdman a couple of questions, if I may.
Senator Erdman, will you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Can you tell me who is the chair of the Rules Committee?
I am.
And then if there are any rules changes proposed, where do they go?
They go to they're introduced and they're sent to the committee, sent to me.
They're sent to the Rules Committee if there's going to be any changes to the rules. So we're changing the rules, and I just wondered why you, as the chair of the Rules Committee, didn't appropriately call a hearing on a significant change in the rules.
It's my prerogative.
It's your prerogative?
Yes, I'm the chairman.
And so typically with the rules change comes with an opportunity for people in Nebraska that are watching to actually testify, provide you their concerns and thoughts on this change of rules.
We had
Is there- is-
a hearing on this bill, on this amendment.
No, sir, I don't believe you had a hearing on changing some of the rules that you are proposing to change to limit it. And I'm going to ask you a couple questions on this, if I may, so I can better understand. So there's only like 3 motions that we can introduce, and is it only 1 motion per day per person, or how does that work?
There'll be one of these priority motions can be used per day in the round of debate.
So only 1 and not all the 3 that are listed?
Say that again?
So they have 3, it says only 1 motion to postpone to a time certain, to commit, or to postpone indefinitely shall be offered. So you can only do, on any motion, any discussion, we can only offer 1 of the 3 and not
That's correct.
only 1 of the 3?
You can do all 3 of them, but only once.
I personally can do all 3, or every member of the
Anyone-
body can do all 3?
Any senator, if it's used by one senator, it can't be used by another.
Okay, so it's like a one and done, right?
That's correct.
And again, so the question I'd like to ask, if I may, is why was not there a hearing on this specific matter for our fellow Nebraskans to weigh in on their thoughts?
I didn't hear you. Can you get closer to the mic?
Yes, sir, I can. The question to you is, why, as the chair of the Rules Committee, did you not want to have a hearing so that Nebraskans could weigh on this specific type of rule change that I'm just now hearing about it? You said it's one and done for a debate on the entire
No,
issue?
no, not at all. It's,
Okay.
you can use that motion, that priority motion, one time each day on each round of debate. One time. Has nothing to do with limiting debate. You can still talk about the bill and debate the bill. This is just an opportunity for you to use bracket, indefinitely postpone, or recommit once per day by any senator. Once it's used, it can't be used again.
Okay, so you just said once per day, and then you said once per round. And so I'm a little confused on it. I want to have a little bit more clarification.
Let me
Is
help
it-
you with that.
So like, for example, if we are doing a filibuster, which typically is 8 hours. So
1
it's
minute.
thank you, Mr. President. Is it only one per round, meaning one per 3-hour session that we might be able to do this motion? Or is it once per day? Or is it once per round? I can't even tell what this is
Okay.
referencing.
You want me to help you with that?
Yes, please.
Here we go. On general file, it's used once per day. So if general file lasts 2 days, you can use it one day and then the second day. On select file, you can use it once. And if select file lasts 2 days, you can use it twice, every day that it's up for debate on that stage of debate. So if general file lasts 2 days, you can use it 2 times. But it can only be used once a day on each round of debate. I don't know how I can make it much more plain than that.
Well, I don't think that's what it says in what you've proposed. So
Okay,
I would,
well,
I would,
that's what it-
Senator.
that's-
thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Raybold and Senator Erdman. Senator Duncan, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I think the questions that Senator Raybold was just asking highlight some of the concerns that I think some of us have had with this. I'll be frank, and this is not a ploy. When I read this proposed change or this suspension or this motion to amend and suspend, I was very confused. And I actually, Senator Erdman, appreciate the clarifications. And I know Senator Arch was trying to clarify this earlier today. I believe that a plain reading of this rule means that you can only do one motion to postpone or a motion to commit or a motion to bracket. I think that saying this, the or is the operative term. That means it's one of those three. So if the intent is to be able to have all three of those allowed on each day of each stage of debate, I think that it would need to be amended. I think that the intent of the introducer is not the controlling thing. The language of the rule, I think, is controlling, and I think that's what that says. It's this, or this can be introduced. And so I think that that's part of the issue here. This got dropped on everybody, late in the week, and we've had a weekend to look at it. I was having back and forth conversations with folks outside of this body, friends of mine who were curious what it said, and they were looking at it, and we couldn't agree on what it meant. And again, this isn't telling a story to make a point. It's true. People were very, very confused by that. So this is why I think we need these hearings, and this is why we need, as Senator Wayne had previously pointed out, both the hearing on the amendment change, or the amendment to the rule change, as well as the suspension. Going back to the rule book, it says in Rule 2, Section 1B, that in the absence of a controlling rule to cover the specific situation, and in the absence of a controlling custom, usage, or precedent, that we can look at Mason's Manual of Legislative Procedure for guidance, and that can be binding. I think given the fact that there is no rule that specifically speaks towards a suspension and an amendment, and we've highlighted that time and time again. I don't have to keep going over that, but what's being introduced here is a motion to suspend and to amend, not just to suspend. So I think that by our own rule book, we are guided over to Mason's manual. So I pulled that up because I was curious. And Section 279 of Mason specifically speaks towards the purpose of suspension of the rules. And it says, the purpose of suspending the rules is to give a deliberative body the liberty to follow whatever course it may choose, unhampered by any provision of its rules. First of all, I think that should give us pause. But continuing on, it specifically says that when a body wishes to do something that cannot be done without violating its own rules, and yet which is not in conflict with the Constitution or with any controlling statutory provisions, it suspends the rules that interfere with, that's in quotes, it suspends the rules that interfere with the proposed action. Suspension, and this is important, colleagues, and please listen to this. Suspension differs from amendment in being limited in scope and in time. A change in rules, which would be in effect for more than a very limited period of time, or which would be general in its application, would in effect be an amendment to the rules and not a suspension. What we're talking about here is a modification of the rules for an extended period of time, the rest of this session. That is, by definition, in Mason's, not an amendment, or not a suspension, it's an amendment. And so that difference is incredibly important, and that's why our own rule book differentiates a suspension and an amendment. And so for the introducer of this rule change to get up and say, yes, I'll admit it, this is an amendment, it circumvents the entirety of what this entire procedure is intended to effectuate. And it says, for this reason, the object of the suspension must be specified, and nothing which was not mentioned in the motion to suspend the rules can be done under the suspension.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. So again, the thing that we should look at here is the underlying intent, and our own rules indicate that Masons is what we should be looking at in this circumstance. And it specifically says that it has to be limited in time and in effect. And so to suspend the rules for the remainder of the 108th legislature first session is not limited in time. That is inherently problematic. It is not a rule suspension. This is a motion to amend the rules. It has not gone through the process that a normal motion to amend the rules should take. Colleagues, please, please, please think about what you're doing here. Think about what you're voting for. I understand there's frustration. We can still get a change. I imagine that a change would likely still occur, but let's follow the process. Let's follow the procedures. That's what we were sent here to do, and I would ask you to vote against this rule suspension. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Duggan. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized, and this is your third time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, it is not Senator Erdman's prerogative as to whether or not to have a hearing. Rule 3, Section 4F clearly outlines that how a chairman is supposed to conduct having a hearing. I did offer to offer 0 motions for the remainder of session if we didn't have this rules debate, not because this impacts me in any way, shape, or form, but because I care about the institution and I care about the precedents, the really, really terrible precedents that doing actions like this have. And there will be consequences because there's always consequences to our actions. So yeah, I don't care. Vote for it or don't vote for it. I just care about the institution. That's why I offered to make 0 motions for the remainder of the session. That was not well received. And I would like to yield the remainder of my time to Senator John Cavanaugh.
4 minutes and 5 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. I was going to jump off of what Senator Duncan was saying, and again, it's rowmate, not roommate, not bromate. It's ROWMATE for everybody who's at home who keeps emailing and saying, why do you guys say that? So I'm sure I'll try and stop saying it, but I can't help myself. I appreciate the Senator Duncan's analysis of the Mason's manual. I read some of the similar things, and Senator Michaela Cavanaugh's analysis of the Rule 3, Section 4, Rule F. And the operative word there is the committee shall, all proposed rule changes shall be set for a public hearing within 5 legislative days after the referral to the committee. The hearing shall take place within 15 legislative days after the referral, and the committee shall take final action on the proposal within 10 legislative days after the hearing. So what Senator Michaela Cavanaugh was pointing out there is Senator Erdman was questioned by Senator Raybould as to why this didn't have a hearing, and he said it was his prerogative as rules chair, which is not true. The rules clearly state if you have a proposal amendment to the rules that it shall have a hearing within a certain number of days, which means he could have set a hearing sooner than that. As rules chair. That's his prerogative, is to do it in less time than is mandated by the rules. But we're having a whole conversation here about partly whether this is the right way to do it, and it's not, which is obvious, but some people want to do it that way. But another part of it is the reason this isn't the right way to do this is there is some question about what exactly this will do, how it will function, which are the reasons you want a hearing, so that you can parse out, have a conversation, ask questions. The members of the committee could ask questions of the introducer. You could bounce back and forth. You could analyze it. So the conversation, again, that Senator Raybould had with Senator Erdman, chairman of the Rules Committee, was about what effect this will have. And I think after some back and forth, the takeaway is there are 3 types of motions that this seeks to limit. And those motions, to postpone to a time certain, a motion to commit, and a motion to postpone indefinitely, can each be offered on each round of debate on every bill on a day, which means when we had 3 rounds of debate last week, or 3 days of debate, Each of those amendments could have been offered on each day, regardless of who the senator is, which means the motion is the limiting factor, not the senator. So only one senator. So if I offer
1 minute.
thank you, Mr. President. If I offer a motion to indefinitely postpone, someone else can offer a motion to commit, and somebody else can offer a motion to postpone to a time certain. But those three motions are the only motions that then can be offered. And no one can offer another motion to postpone, indefinitely postpone, and I can't offer another motion to postpone. I can offer all three of those motions. So that is some of the confusion here. And that's one of the reasons we need to have a hearing and have this go through the appropriate process. So when it comes out, the introducer could stand up and speak with clarity about what this is so everyone agrees and understands what we're talking about here. But in our haste to force this, to get moving, we are having a debate about something that there seems to be a difference of opinion about what it will do. So that is something, a really important reason why we shouldn't be doing it this way. I think I'm pushed my light, so I'll get to talk again, and I can try and clarify, because this is apparently causing some
That's
confusion.
time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senators Kavanaugh. Senator Vargas, you are recognized.
Thank you very, very much. Yeah, I have the same concerns that Senator John Kavanaugh are bringing up. And for those that have been reading the rules book, you know, the hard part about this is, and we've been just discussing this, one is suspension on whether or not the rules may be suspended by a 3/5 majority that's not amendable or divisible, and then that the rules can be amended. But it clearly states any proposed amendment must first be referred to the Committee on Rules for consideration and report. So if this is indeed an amendment, that it's something that we should have a hearing on. Let's put aside what the outcome will be at the very, very end of this. Let's concede that for Senator Erdman, which I don't disagree with him, it might have the same outcome. That has not deterred us or changed the way that we operate in this body. There are times where we've had bill debates on legislation that has gone to cloture, where we knew that, you know, one individual did not have enough votes to actually pass the bill. But we went the full 8 hours of cloture. We either had the debate or there was the back and forth on motions. It's not a reason to then not do something. At least that's my opinion. But it is extremely confusing. I encourage people, my colleagues, to read Section 2 and to answer the question for themselves. Are we treating this just as a rule suspension? Are we treating this as the amendment? And if so, why are we disregarding what the plain language says? The second thing that I'm concerned about is on the language itself, which is if this is not amendable, then we really do need the hearing to then seek through if there's better language to get to the intent of Senator Erdman or the intent of what he's trying to accomplish. Because I want you to think about a time in a day for a bill where there may be a reason outside of just utilizing the motion to actually utilize the motion. I know there have been times where we actually have postponed to a time certain for a bill to buy us more time on a very important, sometimes contentious bill. Sometimes we've done that for some tax bills. Sometimes I think we did that even during the beginning of the pandemic for certain bills. We're pushing back something for a couple of weeks to a certain time. And if that is indeed utilized in a way as part of a filibuster, we wouldn't have the ability under this rule to utilize it to push something back to a certain time. We'd have no ability to do it if we actually needed it for that said purpose. And the same thing with an IPP. I can reference several bills that have been IPP'd in the past through motions, even on the floor. I've had a bill of mine that was IPP'd, and the intent was to actually IPP the bill, and they wouldn't have the ability to actually use that to vote to IPP the bill. We could be putting ourselves in a scenario where we might need to IPP something or to commit it to a certain time or to recommit or whatever it may be, and that might not be allowable once it's used once on that one day for a specific stage of the bill, at the same stage of one specific bill. And then at that time, the only way, if we had something that was really pressing to do, we would have to suspend the rules to allow some exception to this. There are times where we've utilized this and we've had to. In fact, there have been times where the speakers utilized this and then introduced and had a motion so that we can do our business. I'm concerned that the language is currently written presents some potential problems in the future for us if we really needed to use these motions for a different purpose. And it should have a hearing, just on the fact that on its own, it is just relating to the entire legislature, not to one senator, but to everybody. One use of this overall for an entire bill on each day. And that is a very different bill proposal or amendment to the rules than what we saw, what was introduced at the beginning of this session for the rules changes. If we're going to do this, if it's going to happen, it should be worked out. Should have the ability for the public to weigh in, and then we can figure out the right language so we don't put ourselves in a bad scenario where we might need to utilize this on one day, given day for a bill. And I'd hate for that to happen, and then we'd suspend the rules again. So colleagues, I think there are still issues with this language that can be worked out if we need to work it out. But that is what the bill hearing process, just like all of our
That's time,
bills
Senator.
are. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Vargas. Senator Lowe, you're recognized.
Question.
The question has been called. Do I see 5 hands? I do. The question is, shall debate cease? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. A roll call vote has been called, and a request for call to House. The question before the body is, shall the House go under call? Senator Wayne, you're recognized for your point of order.
Thank you. Last time this was done on a call to question, members, the Lieutenant Governor took up whether or not debate has been fairly debated first and ruled Senator Erdman out of order. At that point, Senator Slama challenged the chair and it was overruled. This time, the president is skipping that part and going straight to the 5 hands. If the body will recall, we had a whole debate on overruling the chair, and then we went to the 5 hands. So this president, sorry, Senator Hansen, is deciding that this question is a question for the body, not a question for the chair to decide on before the body. I don't care which way we go, but we got to be consistent. So personally, I think the question, the way it's being done now is probably the proper. The issue is the way it was done just a week ago. This body accepted as the way it was going to go forward. As a body, we have to start deciding how our rules are going to apply, and we don't keep flip-flopping in the wing. That's why I'm raising a point of order, because this is not consistent with the last ruling of this session by this clerk and this body. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Wayne and Senator Archer, Speaker Archer, would you please come forward? Senator Wayne, would you please come to the front? The ruling from the chair is that it is consistent with Rule 7, Section 4, that per 5 senators raising their hands, there has been, that the body has decided that there's been full and fair debate. Senator Wayne, for what purpose do you rise?
Point of order.
Proceed.
I had already announced that I will motion to overrule the chair. It may not have been on the record, but I do think it's a point of order to clarify what just happened, and I think it's proper in this matter. The last time this happened, I do believe the lieutenant governor who was serving as officer incorrectly ruled that it was his decision to determine whether that was out of order or not. This particular rule that President decided does say that it's up to the body of whether a motion or amendment is properly been debated or full and fair debate. So I do think it is proper, even with the show of 5 hands, based on the plain language of the rule, that the chair is correct. So I will be withdrawing my overrule the chair. Somebody else can do that if they choose to, based off of the precedent that the previous president and the chair decided last week. But I do think the plain language of the rule should govern, and I withdraw my overrule the chair at this time.
Senator Kavanaugh, for what purpose do you rise?
I would like to motion to overrule the chair.
Senator Kavanaugh and Speaker Arch, please come forward. The question is, should the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
30 yeas, 3 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. The question is, shall debate cease? There's been a request for roll call vote. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Aguilar, Senator Albright, Voting yes, Senator Arch. Voting yes, Senator Armendariz. Voting yes, Senator Ballard. Voting yes, Senator Blood. Voting no, Senator Bostar. Voting no, Senator Bostelman. Voting yes, Senator Brandt. Voting yes, Senator Brewer. Voting yes, Senator Breezy. Voting yes, Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting no, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Clements. Voting yes, Senator Conrad. Voting no, Senator Day. Voting no, Senator DeBoer. Not voting, Senator DeKay. Voting yes, Senator Dorn. Voting yes, Senator Dover. Voting yes, Senator Dungan. Voting no, Senator Erdman. Voting yes, Senator Frederickson. Voting no, Senator Geist. Voting yes, Senator Holleran. Voting yes, Senator Hansen. Voting yes, Senator Hardin. Voting yes, Senator Holcroft. Voting yes, Senator Hughes. Voting yes, Senator Hunt. Not voting, Senator Ibach. Voting yes, Senator Jacobson. Voting yes, Senator Kauth. Voting yes, Senator Linehan. Voting yes, Senator Lippincott. Voting yes, Senator Lowe. Voting yes, Senator McDonald. Voting yes, Senator McKinney. Voting no, Senator Mosier. Voting yes, Senator Merman. Voting yes, Senator Raybold. Voting no, Senator Reapy. Voting yes, Senator Sanders. Voting yes, Senator Slama. Voting yes, Senator Vargas. Voting no, Senator Von Gillern. Voting yes, Senator Walls. Voting no, Senator Wayne. Voting no, Senator Wishart. Vote is 32 ayes, 12 nays, Mr. President, on the motion. On the motion to cease debate.
Senator Hunt, please come forward. Debate does cease. Senator Erdman, you are recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. So let me just be clear on what this bill does. But first, let me start with this. We have bills that have hearings every day up until last Friday. Every day we had a hearing. Numerous bills. A lot of bills that were heard, there were amendments to those bills before they came to the floor, and there was no separate hearing after we made amendments. We had a hearing on this rule change when the Rule Committee met. The only difference was we struck the part about the same member on the same day. That's the only difference. So this says a motion offered on the same day at the same stage of debate. That's all this does. Addressing some of the comments that Senator Vargas talked about, we may get into a position where we need to definitely postpone, or bracket something to a day certain. We have the opportunity for the speaker to put a hold on those. There is an opportunity. We don't need to change the rules to do that. So what we're asking you today is to make a decision. Going forward, do we want to complete the work they sent us here to do? Or do we want to continue to waste time as we have the first 50 days? I think it's quite obvious where the body is on this one. So I'd ask your green vote on changing this rule to allow us to get the work done that people sent us here to do. Thank you.
Roll call has been requested. The question before the body is suspension of the rules. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Aguilar. Senator Albright. Voting yes. Senator Arch. Voting yes. Senator Armendariz. Voting yes. Senator Ballard. Voting yes. Senator Blood. Voting no. Senator Bostar. Voting no. Senator Bostelman. Voting yes. Senator Brandt. Voting yes. Senator Brewer. Voting yes. Senator Breezy. Voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting no. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting. Senator Clements. Voting yes. Senator Conrad. Voting no. Senator Day. Voting no. Senator DeBoer. Voting no. Senator DeKay. Voting yes. Senator Dorn. Voting yes. Senator Dover. Voting yes. Senator Dungan. Voting no. Senator Erdman. Voting yes. Senator Frederickson. Voting no. Senator Geist. Voting yes. Senator Holleran. Voting yes. Senator Hansen. Voting yes. Senator Hardin. Voting yes. Senator Holcroft. Voting yes. Senator Hughes. Voting yes. Senator Hunt. Not voting. Senator Ibach. Voting yes. Senator Jacobson. Voting yes. Senator Kauth. Voting yes. Senator Linehan. Voting yes. Senator Lippincott. Voting yes. Senator Lowe. Voting yes. Senator McDonald. Voting yes. Senator McKinney. Voting no. Senator Mosier. Voting yes. Senator Merman. Voting yes. Senator Raybold. Voting no. Senator Reapy. Voting yes. Senator Sanders. Voting yes. Senator Slama. Voting yes. Senator Vargas. Voting no. Senator Von Gillern. Voting yes. Senator Walls. Voting no. Senator Wayne. Voting no. Senator Wishart. Not voting. Vote is 32 ayes, 13 nays, Mr. President, on the rule suspension.
The rule suspension has been adopted. Mr. Clerk, I raise the call. Mr. Clerk, for motion.
Mr. President, Senator Kavanaugh would move to reconsider the vote on the rule suspension.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're open.
Thank you. I get 10 minutes.
Yes.
Thank you. This is a gift. I made it very clear that I was intent on taking as much time as possible. And this rule suspension today has been a gift. So thank you, colleagues. And it is a gift that keeps on giving, because now we get to talk about reconsidering the vote on the rule suspension. We actually have done this once this year already. We did a motion to reconsider a vote, and the body decided to actually reconsider the vote. So you do still have one more opportunity to undo the damage that you just did. But I'm sure that you won't. I'm sure that you won't. Gosh, it's just, there is no shaming in this body. This body is above being shamed. You can take the most penalistic actions over and over and over again, and you just don't care. You just don't care. You do not care You do not take responsibility. You do not acknowledge the role that you all have to play in all of this. Time and time again, for 51 days, this body has worked to become as dysfunctional as possible. As dysfunctional as possible. After Senator Slama made a motion to censure me a couple of weeks ago, I thought, things have gotten really bad here. Things have gotten really, really bad. So I went to Speaker Arch and I said, I would like to stop filibustering. We made a deal. He put his hand out. I shook his hand. That deal did not come to fruition. And now the majority of my colleagues are blaming me for that. One single senator is to blame for the actions of 33. I don't think so, colleagues. I don't think so. In my first 4 years here, there have been numerous filibusters to reach some sort of agreement on something. Those filibusters have been perpetuated by both Democrats and Republicans. It is a negotiation tool. This year, I used this negotiation tool. I went to the Speaker. I proposed a resolution. He agreed. I agreed. I thought we were going to move forward as a body. Not a once have the 33 of you that continue to vote for these things, not a once have any of you come to me with a resolution. The only resolution is for me to sit down. The only resolution is to silence me, to silence all of the minority, to disregard our rules, our rule book, to make it easier for you to ramrod bad legislation through the legislature. That is your resolution. And you might not care about that today. You might just care about punishing me today. But I am telling you that this is part of history. And what you do and how you vote on this historic rules suspension and change is part of history. This does not fade quietly into the night. No. This will be brought up, dug up, over and over and over again. This does not go away for the 33 people who are voting for this. This does not go away for you. You are voting to dismantle the Nebraska Legislature because you are not strong enough to be leaders, because you are not strong enough to compromise, because you are not strong enough to follow the rules and do what needs to be done. This is on your shoulders. I will continue filibustering. I will continue to use the rules to the best of my ability while maintaining the rules. I might not use certain things with the intention that you all want me to use them with, but the intention of how I use the rules is irrelevant, as long as I use the rules and follow the rules. So keep on changing the rules, keep on showing how weak you are, how you cannot govern and legislate because you can't have rules to follow. That's fine. This body is weak. It is weak. The leadership is weak. I don't care If you say that I'm a bully, I don't care if you say that I am selfish. I am not going to stop as long as this body seeks to legislate hate against trans children. I am not going to stop. I've been very clear for 5 weeks now what it is that is required of you as a body. Decide what you want to do. Stop telling me there's good things to be accomplished. Decide what you want to do. Come to a table. Invite people to a table. Invite Senator Hunt to a table. Invite me to a table. Invite others that are standing alongside us to a table. But you're not doing that. Instead of doing that, instead of having a single conversation with us, you introduced a suspension of the rules. Weak. You are weak. You are not leaders. Elections do matter. They do matter. And hopefully 2 years from now, we have far stronger people in this body because this is weak. A body that cares more about penalizing me than maintaining the integrity of this institution is weak. That is what is selfish. That is what is bullying. We have students here today. Students, you are witnessing something historic. This is a historic moment in your Nebraska legislature when your Nebraska legislature decided that they could not follow the rules. The example that we are setting for these students is that the rules don't apply to people in power. No. If people in power can't get along with the rules, we change the rules to benefit people in power. That's the lesson we're setting today. Congratulations, you're great role models. How much time do I have?
1 minute, 17 seconds.
I yield the remainder of my time to the chair.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator John Kavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's always a pleasure to follow Senator Kavanaugh. I don't know if you guys notice, I do try to put a little distance so it's just not back-to-back Kavanaughs for you, but it happens organically sometimes. So I rise in support of the motion to reconsider, and for a number of reasons. I think that it's the right thing. We should not advance this rule suspension. But I did think in the closing argument, there was a novel argument presented by Chairman Erdman that just need a little bit more parsing out. He argued that this was appropriate because this rule had a hearing. And he argued that so we don't need a hearing on this rule. It has been pointed out that there is a distinction between this rule as proposed and the rule that had a hearing, which was the rule that had a hearing limited it only to per member. So this is a more expansive, bigger restriction in the rules. But that's already been talked about. The thing that I thought was interesting is if Senator Erdman is carrying or arguing that this should go forward at this point because it had a hearing, then he's saying that he didn't follow the rules for how a rule is reported out, because it says, and I read this not that long ago about the obligations of the rules chair, they shall set for public hearing within 5 days, the hearing shall take place within 15 days, and the committee shall take action on the proposal within 10 legislative days. The committee shall provide public notice of proposed rule changes and at least 3 calendar days prior to conducting the public hearing. So what I'm saying is, if his argument is yes, that they did the hearing on this, and this is a amended version of that, was there a vote in that committee on the amendment and to report it out this way? What was the committee vote for how this was reported out? Was there a discussion about that this was an appropriate amendment based off of the evidence that was presented at that hearing? So if his argument is that this had a hearing and this is the result of that conversation at that hearing, why was it not reported out of the committee? Why are we not following the rules that Senator Erdman claims that he's following in terms of presenting this rule? And I can tell you he's not following those rules, because the first suggestion here in this, we are suspending the rule that controls that we follow these rules. So he has said that it's his prerogative not to have a hearing. That's not true. The reason he's suspending these rules is because it's not his prerogative not to have a hearing. He has obligations to the people of the state of Nebraska and to this body. If you want to propose a rule change, that it goes through this process. And the reason we're not doing that is, again, expediency. And we're having a conversation here where there is confusion amongst people who are voting for it. If we wanted to, could probably call in every individual in this body, and we would probably get something close to 49 interpretations of what this rule does. We just had a whole 20-minute back and forth about the interpretation of when is it appropriate to overrule the chair. We're getting into a very muddied waters about the rules here, and we're adding fuel to the fire by suspending the rule about how we amend the rules. We're suspending the rule for suspension of the rules, and then we're attempting to make a change through all of that to curtail individuals' abilities, individual senators' ability to make a motion. So that, I do think, is something that is a reason for reconsideration, that the argument for why this is appropriate and why this is in order is one that doesn't stand up. And so that's why I think people do need the opportunity to reconsider their vote here.
1 minute.
Thank you, Madam President. So I guess I don't have time to go back into what the distinctions in the rule are, but I would just suggest we have some time here. People are going to talk. I would suggest to those who have to this point voted for this change to listen and make up your mind independently of what you want to see as the outcome, but perhaps what you think is the right decision for this body. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Conrad, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. I rise in support of the motion to reconsider and remain in opposition to Senator Erdman's motion to suspend the rules, amend the rules, forego a public hearing, and to do so for the remainder of the session, which is unprecedented. It's unprecedented. And Senator John Kavanaugh did a very good job of explaining why an attempt to circumvent the public hearing process is not only out of alignment with our traditions in Nebraska and giving a strong voice to the citizenry of Nebraska, but also unallowable under the rules itself. Senator Arch's proposal that was put forward was distinguishable in terms of substance. It was not advanced, it was not amended, it was not adopted. That has to be done within a time certain period according to our rules. I do want to mark a moment of dismay about how this rules debate has played out. And again, friends, term limits, voter suppression, gerrymandering are not an accident. And here is where we are with little institutional knowledge or history or collegiality or commitment to nonpartisanship. So during the course of this unprecedented rules debate, proponents have basically been confused about what the rules are. They've been confused about how to amend the rules. They've been confused about how to rule on the rulings. They've been confused about what this motion does, which all points to the fact that we need to have an opportunity, as delineated in our rules, that we agreed to unanimously to make these changes with the input of the Rules Committee and the public. And from a practical perspective, proponents have been clear. This won't save any time in debate. It doesn't change cloture. It doesn't change amendments. It doesn't change a host of other procedural tactics. All it will do, colleagues, is try to show yet again the tyranny of the majority is there to punish, and stifle debate, to use a big government censorship model to stifle options available to any senator, including the minority, to organize the queue to advance their position in regards to the measures. And what is it doing? It's taking up time. It's ramping up tensions. It's setting a terrible precedent because it is unprecedented. And it won't have any of the desired results. The Rules Committee chair has been clear that he doesn't understand whether or not rules are amendable. He thinks that he gets to decide solely whether or not they're subject to a public hearing. Those are just basic legislative 101 things. And the senior member, the chair of the Rules Committee, doesn't know those basic pieces. No wonder so many freshman senators are having a difficult time sorting through this unprecedented debate when we can't even get clarity from the Rules Committee chairman on the basics about the rule. That's just the basics. And here we are again. We could have, if we did not have this additional distraction and side fight, thank you, Mr. President, already probably been very close to completing our debate and deliberations on Senator Wishart's important but modest proposal to address the mental health crisis in Nebraska. So you wring your hands and cast aspersions that we can't get anything done. But then you are prolonging debate with an unprecedented motion to suspend, to amend, to forego public hearing, and to do so far beyond a typical legislative day. And if each of you in your heart don't know why that's unprecedented or what this does, you should be present not voting or vote no. We're going to start calling you up on the mic to see if you can explain to the body exactly what this measure is and why you're determined to vote for it. So keep that in mind as the debate proceeds. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Raybold, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. As a person born and raised in Lancaster County, a county of law and order, I support this motion to reconsider. We have a Rules Committee chair who is not following the rules. We have a Rules Committee chair that is proposing something that's unprecedented and yet cannot explain it concisely to this body what this rule does. And so Senator Conrad is correct. If people would be willing to yield to my question, Senator Holcraft, would you be willing to yield to a question?
Senator Holcroft, will you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Holcroft. Can you tell us exactly what this motion does?
This changes the rule so that only a motion to bracket, one motion to postpone, and the third motion to, I don't know if I could come up with a third motion, I would, but I don't have it in front of me right now.
Okay, thank you, Senator. May I ask you another question?
Yes.
Yes, is it per senator?
It's per senator, per discussion, per debate period.
So more senators can introduce a motion every day?
One per day.
One per day.
Yes, one per day.
Okay, thank you, Senator Holcroft. Senator Breezy, would you be open to a question, sir?
Senator Breezy, will you yield?
Yes.
Senator Breezy, could you help explain the motion that is presented to us? And the next question I'll ask you is, do you think it should go back to the Rules Committee?
First of all, a plain reading of the motion would limit this to only one motion to postpone to a time certain to commit or to IPP shall be offered on the same day at the same stage of the bill or proposition. That would be in total, not per senator, in my view. Should it go back to the committee? No. I think it's important to get this done quickly and move on. I think what happened Thursday really was a bad look for this body. We should try to ensure that it doesn't happen again. I said earlier, I don't particularly blame the opponents of 574 for doing that. It was accessible to them and they took advantage of that. But I think, again, it's a bad look for the body to essentially cancel the comments of the opposition, censor the comments of the opposition, silence the comments of the opposition, and
Thank you, Senator Breezy.
It's not conducive to good policy making.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. I appreciate that. I guess it goes to my point. If we have a couple of senators, myself included, don't know the clear intent of this measure, and we have the Rules Committee Chair who can't clearly explain this either. I think this is more than ample evidence that we should be reconsidering the vote on this and sending it back to the Rules Committee as it is spelled out in our rules book that we're working with and that we all voted on. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senators Raybold, Holcroft, and Breezy. Senator Hunt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'm one of the people who never even got a chance to speak once on the motion to suspend the rules. I spoke my one time that I'm allowed on the motion to overrule the chair, but I didn't even get a chance to talk one time on the underlying motion to suspend the rules. So don't forget for 1 second that the whole reason we've had to use this strategy, and now we have to take this unprecedented action to try to unwind the rules that we already have in place that we've all agreed to, is because you keep calling the question before we get the chance to speak. It was on my motion last week. On my IPP motion, somebody called the question after only 5 people had spoken in the queue. The chair said, nah, it hasn't been full and fair debate. Senator Slama motioned to overrule the chair, and she was successful. And now the same exact thing is happening when Senator Lowe called the question on the motion to suspend the rules today. And do you not understand that you're the ones who are digging the hole deeper and deeper and deeper? From the trans healthcare ban, to the Committee on Committees, to the abortion ban, to any other thing that we have on the agenda, to motions to suspend the rules, the more you try to stifle and silence and cut off, the more mired down we get in a procedural quagmire. You're making the entire point of why we're doing what we're doing. Every time we get up to talk, you call the question, when there are people in the queue who hadn't even spoken yet. I mean, why doesn't Speaker Arch get in the chair and lead this body for a minute today? When Senator Raybold, on her last chance to speak on the mic, asked Senator Holdcroft if he would yield to a question, I heard Speaker Arch behind me say to himself, say no. Say no, Rick. I was stopped from asking a question of Senator DeBoer on my own time last week. Senator Arch, day 51 of your first session as Speaker of the Legislature, this is your legacy. This is the legacy you have wrought, that you have brought upon all of us deliberately, and it continues, and we are not going to get anything done this session, partially because you couldn't have courage to fall on the sword on a bad bill last Thursday and not vote on that trans healthcare ban that nobody even liked. Senator Jacobson said that he thinks that this isn't what my colleague or what my constituents want me to be focusing on. In my office, we make a call log of every phone call that we get into the office. And this is not counting emails. This is not counting direct messages on different social media platforms. This isn't counting snail mail, which we do get a lot of. These are just phone calls to the office. On March 22nd, these are all Nebraska area codes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bravo to you. Saw your video, wanted to commend you. You are so brave. Thank you from constituent. Thank you. Old lady whose grandson is gay. Thank you. Posted online against Mayor Stothart's policies, something, something else. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Elkhorn, Nebraska, thank you. Humboldt, Nebraska, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. An invite to breakfast from Governor Pillen's office. Can't make it because it's before 8 a.m. Someone calling from Seattle, thank you. Senator Kauth constituent, thank you. Thank you. Please don't filibuster. Oh, there was the very first one I got after over 20 different calls saying thank you. for what you're doing, because people understand we're not talking about marginal tax rates. We're not talking about the budget. We're talking about human rights in Nebraska, which are hanging by a thread, and you're still playing government like little children play house. And I didn't even get a chance to speak when you called the question. That's how I know these rules mean nothing to you, and there's nothing we can do for the rest of the session to make you respect or commit to them. So you're going to do what you do today, and you're going to see what we do in retaliation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Dungan, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I'm sure it's no surprise I rise in favor of the motion to reconsider. I think it was worth pointing out that previously in this legislative session, we did have a motion to reconsider that was that resulted in a different outcome than the underlying vote. And the reason for that is I think that oftentimes folks watching at home or even folks in this body think that the things we're doing here are simply to waste time. And I think that's where a bulk of the frustration that folks who have reached out to me have placed their frustration is stop wasting time, stop doing this, and that. And I understand that concern. I understand that frustration. But today, I want to make very clear to folks who are watching at home or to my colleagues who may or may not be listening that this conversation is not about wasting time. When we're having a discussion about whether or not we as a body should not just suspend, but amend the rules, that is substantive. It is important debate to have. And I think that it's frankly vital that we do everything we can to not just have a long and robust debate about this, but that we ensure that our colleagues are actually paying attention and listening to what we're talking about. I appreciate the comments from some of my other colleagues about the institution. And I know we talk often, both folks who've been here a long time and folks who are new, that the institution that we're here to uphold is one of our most prized jewels in Nebraska. And when we start modifying the rules simply because we don't like what's happening, we find ourselves in a position where I think we are betraying the trust of the public, and I think we are betraying the duty that we have been given by our constituents. And it's frankly really frustrating for me as a brand new senator to come in here and try my best to read these rules and learn these rules. And the second that things start to not go well, they get changed. And in any other circumstance, in any other job or in any other position, whether it's a courtroom or the corporate world, the modification of rules simply to effectuate a particular outcome is almost always frowned upon. And so I'm frustrated, frankly, that we're doing this. But again, I understand the other frustration that comes from this entire process. And as I pointed out previously, I believe that if we actually followed the rules that we are supposed to follow here, had a motion to suspend, and then if that were adopted, pursuant to that, did a motion to amend for a particular rule change, and then had that go through the process, not only would it likely still happen, but it would happen in a way that we'd be able to have this discussion in the committee, we'd be able to have this discussion from the public, and I think that that's going to ultimately result in a more productive conversation, a more, I think, substantive outcome. And so I would just encourage my colleagues to think about that. The other thing that I think is interesting and that I've noted here throughout the day today, and I've gotten texts about this from people who don't normally engage in the political process, is this is, to put it politely, just kind of bedlam in here right now with all of these motions to reconsider and all of these overrulings of the chair. I mean, the fact that we don't even seem to understand the current rules, and yet we are trying to modify the rules, is problematic in and of itself. But on top of that, the fact that there are so many questions about what the proposed rule change is.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think should give us all pause. When Senator Erdman was answering questions regarding the proposed motion to suspend and the conjoined motion to amend, he initially said it was just one of those three motions per bill per day. and then changed it and went back. And I don't think that was intentional by any means, but it is confusing. I think multiple people have had different interpretations of this, and that's why we need to have this hearing. The people who are proposing these bills don't even seem to fully understand, I'm sorry, not bills, rule changes, don't even seem to fully understand what effect it would take. So, colleagues, we're doing this motion to reconsider not to waste time, but to see if you will actually listen and think about whether or not this should be changed and modified. And I would encourage you to vote green on the motion to reconsider and ultimately no on the rule suspension, as we don't want to undermine the integrity of this institution any further than maybe we already have. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Dungan. Senator Wayne, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Conrad yield to a question?
Senator Conrad, will you yield?
Yes, of course.
It's an open-ended question. Can you keep talking about the concern that you may have around, what is your concern around this suspension rules?
Thank you, Senator Wayne, and thank you, Mr. President. So just to reaffirm some of the top line concerns about where we are, I think that it is not within the order of the Nebraska Legislature to offer a motion to suspend that also forgoes public hearing, that also amends the rule, that also extends the suspension of the rule beyond the typical one-day period to the remainder of the session. So I think that is a crude attempt at both conflating and circumventing the rules that we have agreed to. And that is why it was clear that this is an unprecedented motion. Additionally, so from a policy perspective, though that's definitely a concern. I think from a pragmatic perspective, I'm also just continually perplexed about why we are where we are. If people are concerned about how the queue was organized or utilized using a motion strategy, that in fact was not unprecedented, but okay. In order to be collegial and find consensus, once the rules suspension amendment with foregoing a public hearing and for the remainder of the session was introduced over the weekend, Senator Kavanaugh reached out and said, fine, we won't do it again. You don't need to set this precedent. Those efforts were rebuffed. And then we hear today, we absolutely have to vote for this in order to save this session, in order to move things forward, but it doesn't actually save any time. And in fact, it's burned almost another legislative day instead of having substantive debate on Senator Wishart's bill, which we all agree there's probably, 45 plus, maybe 49 votes in support of. So here we are again, because it's part of the tyranny of the majority's ongoing effort to silence and to punish at every turn and at any turn. The flip side is, and I'm an eternal optimist, whatever the body decides to do collectively on this measure, and I'm glad we have the motion to reconsider, we will continue to stay in conversation. We will continue to stay in relationship, no matter how challenging that might be, no matter how poor a precedent this sets, because that is our duty, and we're honor bound to each other to do the people's work during our time together. I think that it is disappointing, but perhaps not unsurprising, that the majority does not know what the rules are. They do not know why we're amending them. They do not know how to amend them, and they do not know how to rule on them. That has been laid bare. It's documented very clearly in regards to the debate today. And I think really tells the future, those who are reading this debate in the future, all that you need to know about what's happening here that's dressed up in all different kinds of nonsensical arguments. It's about punishing the minority for having the audacity to utilize the rules that we all agreed upon unanimously in an unprecedented fashion. Why? Because you can. That's it. It's a raw power move.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've seen it from day one, and it continues through day 50, 51, and it will continue for the remainder of the session. No amount of consensus or seeking compromise or collegiality or attempt to forge peace or extend an olive branch is accepted. We're going to rule this way because we can. Just be honest about what you're doing and your intentions. Don't wrap it up in nonsensical arguments, because at least that's honest. And everybody knows why it's happening, and the record's clear in that regard. And this will do nothing but escalate tensions instead of help us find consensus to do the people's work. And the rules matter because it helps us to formulate a process to carry out tough conversations in a fair and equitable manner.
That's time,
why
Senator.
it's wrong to change in the middle of session. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Arch, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. There have been some things said today that I feel the need to respond to, so I just want to kind of click off a list. Senator Hunt, you said you were not given an opportunity to speak. You were actually called on. We started at 1 o'clock today. You were called on. You weren't here. We had to pass over, so I apologize for that, but you were given an opportunity to speak. There's been use of the words unprecedented that we would ever do something like this, and that's a favorite word this morning and this afternoon. Frankly, we've experienced a lot of unprecedented events this year. I don't think there's ever been a time when one bill has been used to filibuster all other bills. We've all been here when filibusters have been used, and they have been used to filibuster specific bills, to stop those bills. Now we're filibustering every bill for a particular bill. So yes, I fully agree. Unprecedented. Please, Senator Hunt. Senator Kavanaugh, I want to clarify one thing that you said, and that was this deal that was not kept. I will tell you that the understanding that you and I reached, and I think this is absolutely accurate, was that it was time to schedule 574, which we did. I don't control the votes. You don't control the votes. What happens on bills once they're scheduled, I control scheduling, and we agreed that we would schedule 574, and I did that. There's a request to come to the table. Please come to the table. We want to, nobody's negotiating. There's only been one offer that has been made to me, and that is don't move 574. That's it. That's all. That's the only thing. You know, I will tell you that in the past, and I've spoken to speakers in the past, I've spoken to other senators in the past, there was this attempt to compromise, and I don't see any compromise willingness on that part. And so I would love to compromise. I would love, as a matter of fact, Senator Kauth has proposed an amendment to compromise her bill, and that has been summarily rejected. I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go with this other than to just simply accept don't schedule 574, and that is silencing the voice of a senator. I'm sorry, we are where we are, but I want to tell you now where we are, because the session is not over. We will pass bills. The session has not stopped. It has been reduced to a crawl. So we've gone and actually run the numbers. As of this morning, we had 325 and a half hours remaining in this session, assuming that we schedule to 9 o'clock and do what has been put onto the calendar, 325 and a half hours. That equates to, if all bills are filibustered, that equates to 21 bills, plus approximately 31 and a half hours to move bills that are already on select to final and beyond. So we have 21 bills remaining if all bills are filibustered. I've already identified 17 bills that, and by the way, what is happening right now is putting into my hands the power to decide what bills are coming to this floor. And what bills are coming to this floor are going to be those things that the people really do care about: taxes, school funding, the implementation of voter ID, the budget itself. But the budget itself has got 5 bills, and that's after combining some bills. And revenue, as we know, are moving. Senator Linehan and the Revenue Committee are moving bills out, and those are going to be scheduled to the floor. So we're going to cover taxes. We're going to cover voter ID. We're going to get our school funding done. We're going to get the budget passed. We're going to get the governor's package that he has put together and put in front of all of us to debate.
1 minute.
We're going to get those things to the floor to debate. But that's probably all. But we'll run these to filibuster. We'll run these to ending in 8 and 4 and 2. But we'll get those bills to the floor. So the choice is here. I mean, I know that the people say, well, like, it's on you, the choice is on your side. You're the one that has to make the choice. I say it's all of our choice. It's all of our choice what we want this rest of this session to be. But we know we're going to get certain things done. If we want more things done, then there needs to be some choices made. And I am more than willing to sit down at the table and have those discussions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Arch. Senator Lowe, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I almost forgot what I was going to say after that inspiring speech. You know, we've been up here talking and talking, not debating. We're not debating. That's not what we came here for. We came here to debate bills on if a bill is good or if a bill is bad. We don't demand that a bill not be heard. That's crazy. And those doing it may be just as crazy. I want to talk about everybody's bill. I want to talk about Senator McKinney's bill. I want to talk about Senator DeKay's bill. I want to talk about Senator Raybold's bill. I want to talk about Senator Holdcroft's bill. But we're not going to do that this year because we have this crazy thing going on where they just dropped, I don't know, 200 amendments, maybe more, to stop the legislature. And then they blame it on us. They blame it on the majority that we are stopping the legislature because we have one bill that we would like to have heard, that people wanted us to bring. It's crazy. They're crazy. We're not the ones that are crazy. We have been silent as they have been speaking. This is narcissism. That's what this is. I'm sorry I didn't want to bring it. I've been holding my tongue up until now. I've got a bill up on the agenda. It won't be heard this week, I don't believe. And now it's probably lost its votes because of what I've said. But I want to debate the bills. We have both good and bad bills, bills that we agree with and bills that we don't agree with. Let's debate them on this floor. Let's get over this hump. Let's withdraw all the amendments that have just been dropped. And let's debate the bills on their merits. I've never held a grudge against a senator because a bill they brought or something they've said. I let anybody come up and grab candy out of the jar. It doesn't matter. If we don't agree that day, let's be gentlemen and ladies. Let's work with the legislature. Let's not play games with the people of Nebraska, and that's what we have been doing so far this session. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lowe. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I appreciate Senator Lowe's comments, and I always appreciate working with him. He and I obviously have taken many very opposite positions on a number of issues, but we've also, I think, worked well together even in that context. And so I've always appreciated working with Senator Lowe. And so, I mean, I enjoy debating bills as well. I'm one of those people who likes kind of just to talk through a different idea and look at all the angles, look at the problems. Sometimes I like to problem solve, and that gets me in trouble. And that was actually kind of my first interaction with Senator Lowe was, I think, problem solving on I think it was actually, well, it was Senator Geist's bill, but I kind of identified an issue that became important to me and worked through it with folks on the other side and kind of came to a compromise about that, which was fun and interesting for me. And so I do like to constrain my comments always to, I guess, the constructive criticisms in nature. And I always like to be honest with people about where I'm at on something. There's a number of times I've stood up here and said, I'm opposed to this amendment, or I'm in favor of this amendment, but even if it passes, I'm still going to be opposed to the bill because I don't care for the underlying bill. But in my opinion, it would make the bill better, or vice versa. I'm opposed to this amendment, but I'll be opposed to the bill even if the amendment stays off because I feel like it makes the bill worse. But I always try to constrain my comments to the issue at hand. And so in that interest, talking about this rules amendment, a motion to amend the rules through the guise of a motion to suspend the rules. And just as we get close to the end, you repeat yourself a lot, but sometimes people aren't listening and then people tune in right when you're talking. So this rules amendment would, I'll just read it. Senator Erdman's read it a couple of times. It would provide that for the remainder of the 108th legislature first session, so the rest of the remaining 41 days or 40 days, only one motion to postpone to a time certain, to commit, or to postpone indefinitely shall be offered on the same day at the same stage of the bill or proposition. So what that means is that only one of each of those can be offered each day a bill is debated. So if you carry a bill over to the next day, you could offer those three motions again on the same stage. So you can offer them on general, select, and final, and provided on general, if the bill carries over 2 days, you would be able to offer it on both days. So that's what this amendment does to the rules for the remainder of this session. So there's been some confusion about it, but it would allow for all three of those motions to be made on any bill on a day. It would limit it so that if one person made a motion to indefinitely postpone, another person wouldn't be able to make that same motion, but another person maybe could make the motion to commit or the motion to postpone to a time certain. So in light of the fact that it seems evident that we are going to pass this rule, this suspension/rule change for the remainder of this time against protestation and advice, it's important that we are all on the same page about how this is going to play out, because it's going to govern how the session proceeds for the next 40 days. So hopefully people have listened at least once when either myself or Senator Dungan or Senator Raybould or Senator Arch have clarified that point for everybody. Speaker Arch, apologize.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. So that's what you're voting on here in terms of what the rule change is going to be. There will still be the option for an individual to put each motion on, but a second individual won't be able to use those motions, and that same individual won't be able to use the same motion twice. But there'll still be the three motions. I don't know if I can explain it any easier, any clearer. I just wanted to make sure that's how we all understand it. That's what you have voted on. That's the rule, and that's how it's going to go forward in the remainder of the session. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Conrad, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. One thing I think that's beneficial and wise about a motion to reconsider is it gives us another chance, a do-over, an opportunity to take a step back from the brink. And we've walked up to the edge together many times this session, and in many instances, when presented with a motion to reconsider or chart a different path, or a path that can secure consensus from senators across the state and across the political spectrum, when given some of those opportunities, we have chosen them as a collective. And we're better for it, working individually and working as a collective. So Senator DeBoer, Senator Hunt, others who have spoken in regards to this unprecedented procedural motion, suspension, amendment, foregoing public hearing and extending a suspension through the end of session, have talked about how this won't save time in terms of the session. And it will escalate tensions, and it will provoke additional ways for the filibuster to flow. And that's exactly what's happening. It's escalated tensions, it's provoked other ways for the filibuster to flow, and it's taken another legislative day on a procedural, unprecedented procedural motion to punish because you can. Not because it's good policy, not because it's pragmatic in solving the problems before us, which you've already conceded, but because you can. So that's not an honest attempt to seek consensus or compromise. It's not. It's raw power exerted at every angle, which is your right and your doing, and you reaffirm daily, which is your right to govern as you see fit. But then you can't also throw up your hands and say, oh, but they won't let us get away with everything whenever we want to, whenever we want to. No, we're going to utilize the rules that we agreed upon to make our point of view, to advance legislation we support, to stop legislation we don't support, and that's how the process works. So just be honest about your motives and intentions, which is to have your point of view completely and totally validated at every turn without question. That's fine. That's what you've reaffirmed to us throughout the course of the session. I disagree with that. It doesn't mean I dislike you as a person. I don't. It doesn't mean that we can't find areas to work together. We can. Go look on your personal legislative agendas. How many times have I reached out to be co-sponsors of your measures? And how many times have those co-sponsor measures come back to me? Even on things like extending a child tax credit that would help 81% of Nebraska kids with families. And y'all have never met a tax credit you didn't like. So let's be really clear about what's happening here. I will continue to work with you in a respectful and collegial manner, but I will also continue to be clear about what I came here to do. That's protect the institution and be a strong voice for working families and human rights.
1 minute.
And thank you, Mr. President, these rules debates are integral to protecting the institution and establishing a framework to have challenging and important and meaningful conversations about the people's work, impacting working families and human rights. So that's why it matters. That's why it mattered at the outset. At the beginning of the session, we kind of walked up to the brink together on a variety of different rules issues. We let the public weigh in. The Rules Committee decided to advance a very modest package for good reason to stave off additional tensions and escalation thereof. But it only held for about 50 days. And now we got to change the rules in the middle of the session, not to have a different result, but because we can. And that's what's happening. So I urge you to have a change of heart, have a change of mind, look at an opportunity to rechart and vote to reconsider. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Hunt, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Erdman's rule change that we are reconsidering right now says that this would suspend the rules to provide that for the remainder of this legislature, only one motion to postpone to a time certain, to commit, or to postpone indefinitely shall be offered on the same day at the same stage of the bill or proposition. A few minutes ago, Senator Conrad, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, and I dropped 742 motions off at the clerk's desk. And that is a motion to postpone, to recommit, and IPP every bill on the agenda. Every bill on the agenda today, every bill on general file currently, every bill on select file, and every bill out for referral. The demand, Speaker Arch and Senator Lowe, isn't that a bill not be heard. The demand is not, never has been, and never will be that you silence a senator, that you prevent Senator Kathleen Kauth's bigoted, hateful, pro-discrimination bill from being heard, that she believes in so deeply in her soul. The demand is that it not pass. Senator Dorn, Senator Armendariz, Brandt, Arch, Jacobson, Linehan, at least from what I've heard, either from what you've said and got back to me or what's been going around, is that you didn't want this bill to pass. And if you didn't say that, that's what got back to me and many others. We know that there are a majority of people in this body, more than 25, more than 33, who do not want this bill to pass. The demand is not, will never be, never has been, to silence a senator. And for Speaker Arch to say that is, lying's probably too harsh, but it's either untruthful or it's a deep misunderstanding of the negotiation that we've been having. And on this going forward, after what happened on Thursday, I'm actually not a person you can speak to. I've had to remind several colleagues already today, do not speak to me. Did you not hear me? You didn't hear what I said? Don't talk to me. Michaela Cavanaugh and Senator Danielle Conrad deserve all the credit for doing heroic work for LGBTQ, trans, and gender expansive people in our state. Michaela Cavanaugh came up with this strategy on the motions. We worked all weekend to get those done, knowing that all of you lemmings would absolutely walk off the cliff on this rule suspension, and still will. And they have been willing to compromise, negotiate, come to the table, take phone calls, do meetings on the weekends through the entire process. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh has been calling you, having lunch with you, wasting her time for no reason, burning herself out, trying to reach you. And she is heroic for that. Because you know what? I'm not going to do that. After Thursday, I'm actually out for the game. I'm not doing that with any of you who voted for LB 574. We don't have a relationship. I don't know you. I got nothing to say to you until you change your vote. So let me be clear, what we did Thursday was courageous and heroic because we kept the queue from turning into the hateful, bigoted, discriminatory, anti-child, anti-family, anti-science and medicine rhetoric that all of you spewed for the entire week before that. So Nebraskans listening to this debate didn't have to hear that for a day. That doesn't mean you were silenced. Doesn't mean you were canceled, Senator Erdman. Don't cancel me. You are all privileged. You have a huge platform. You have huge voices and a lot of respect.
That's time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hunt. Wednesday is why Thursday happened. Senator Hunt stood up and shared her life with this body, shared her story with this body, and you all stood up and spewed vitriol, transphobic, anti-science garbage. And there were families up in the balcony, there were trans kids up in the balcony, and they had to listen to that. Your indignation is so false. That was teaching you a lesson. One, I hope you would take to heart that if you are going to be hate-filled and directed towards your colleague and directed towards the people in the balcony, I will take action, and I will take drastic action. And that is what I did on Thursday. Yes, I silenced you because you needed to be silenced. And I used the rules to do it. And I think any one of you would do the same thing if the same thing happened to you. I actually would lose respect for you if you wouldn't. If you wouldn't stand up for those that are being hurt by the language and the vitriol being spewed in this body for hours, if you wouldn't use the tools in your toolkit to stop that, to diminish that, to squash that, I would lose a lot of respect for you. And I have lost a lot of respect for a lot of you. Senator Hunt mentioned motions that have been filed. You want this rules change? Great. You have just given all of the power to me and Senator Hunt and Senator Conrad. Because now we own the priority motions. It's ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous. But you did that. You did that. You decided that. You can undo it. You still have an opportunity to save this session and this institution, and you won't. And I know the speaker's going to get in the queue and say something about it. You won't. You won't. You will not do what is best for this institution. You will not do what is best for the state. You will not do what is best for trans kids. You are transphobic. You are attacking and targeting a minority population. You are seeking steps to eradicate their very existence. And you want me to sit down. And you want to change the rules to get me to sit down. I guarantee that there will be another suspension of the rules after today to try and undo whatever it is that I'm doing. And then I'll figure something else out and you'll do it again until this rule book is as good as the paper it's printed on. We can all have a bonfire with them. You don't care about law and order. You don't care about the institution. All you are doing is giving me power, and I will take it. And the speaker does have the control over the agenda. He has always had the control over the agenda. That is the point. That is the point. And Speaker Arch, I did not say that you went back on our deal. I said that it did not come to fruition. You could have made sure that it came to fruition. You chose not to, and that's your prerogative.
1 minute.
But the deal was the filibuster ends when the bill dies. That was the deal. That was the deal. And to bring an amendment that doesn't change any of the hundreds of people's opposition, not a single person that was in opposition has changed their opposition with Senator Jacobson and Senator Cal's amendment, that is not a compromise. That is assuaging your own transphobic guilt. That's all that is. But I look forward to the next suspension of the rules. It'll be another gift of time. I look forward to whatever thing you decide to do to penalize me next for your poor behavior. It will just be a gift of time. And we will continue down this rabbit hole of destruction until our better angels tell us it's time to actually do the work of the state and stop legislating hate against trans
That's time,
children.
Senator. Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Arch, you are recognized. Senator Arch waves. Senator Hunt, you are recognized, and this is your third time speaking.
Third opportunity. Thank you, Mr. President. What we did Thursday is because of what happened Wednesday. Senator Kavanaugh's right about that. And what Senator Erdman did Tuesday is because of what Senator Kavanaugh and Senator Hunt and Senator Conrad, et cetera, did on Thursday. And we've been rolling down the hill the snowball getting bigger and bigger of the tit for tat until it's 742 motions filed on every single bill for the rest of the session. That also means that none of you can file a motion on any of those bills after we pass this rule amendment. And that also means that this is likely to be the rule going forward for future sessions for at least the one more session that I'm here, the one more biennium, 3 more years. And, next biennium, if we adopt temporary rules, that we just adopt the rules from the last biennium, which would include this rules change, then we're going to just do the same thing if we don't kill this anti-trans bill. One of you's got to change your vote. That's it. And I'm not even asking you to go against your principles or go against your values, because I know in your hearts, a lot of you aren't there. A lot of you are more scared of hurting Senator Kathleen Kaut's feelings than you are about sending trans and non-binary Nebraskans to the suicide hotline. It is what it is. You care more about not hurting Kathleen Kaut's feelings than you do about Nebraskans. Oh, but there's an amendment. The amendment's not on the bill. It's not going to be on the bill because the bill sucks with the amendment too. Enough of this dissension into farmers and bankers and construction workers and business owners and teachers and small business owners and consultants and whatever else, that we are legislating people's health care in Nebraska. This is grist for the mill. This isn't anything your constituents are asking you to do. Looking at my call log, I've also gotten a ton of veterans calling my office in major support, saying they fought for freedom, not this type of controlling legislation. If you look at the script, I'm not supposed to be the one that the veterans love so much, but that's how that's shaking out. Kaut's constituent calling to thank me. Someone calling from Illinois to thank me. Clinical psychologist from Lincoln, thank you. Thank you from a trans person. Thank you, cried on the phone. Thank you, constituent. Thank you, constituent. Thank you, not constituent. Thank you. Constituent, thank you, donated to you. Thank you, constituent. Thank you. Constituent, thank you. Lincoln, thank you. Holdridge, thank you. Thank you from him and his wife. Texas, thank you. Maine, thank you from a trans man who moved away from Nebraska. And then we have some comments like this. How can you support genital mutilation, you pedophile? Why are puberty blockers good for kids? They will end up with a micropenis and never be able to have sex, and it takes women's orgasms away. You are effing sick. We will win this war. Trans is a sick ideology created by sick and twisted people. Trans is not real. You don't have a trans kid. You have a daughter who you destroyed and mutilated. We will save mankind from you. You're going to burn in hell. Thank you for being so stupid and arrogant and showing the world that trans people don't exist. Your daughter is a confused psycho. She doesn't deserve to have you as a mother. It is sick and disgusting what you are doing to kids, you pedophile. I hope Omaha gets smart and gets you the hell out of office. This is a newspaper for Child Predator News. I just let them know where things are. You are our hero of the week and our new predator favorite. We're going to be doing a write-up on you because you are a child predator advocate, and we love that. So we're looking for a quick 10-minute interview. F you, I don't think you're going to get reelected, blah, blah, blah. There's dozens of these. And my kid's getting them at school too. It's not just in my voicemail up in my office.
That's time, Senator.
Thanks, Mr. President.
You, Senator Hunt. Senator McKellar-Kavanaugh, this is your third time and you still have your close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I honestly don't really have anything to say, but again, this is a gift of time. So this is time we could have had on the next bill on the agenda, but we chose to do a rule suspension so that we could enact revenge on silencing the majority in their hate-filled vitriol speech that was transphobic on Wednesday. So then, as Senator Hunt, you zigged, we zagged. You zagged, we zigged. We are the minority. We are using the tools available to us as the minority. And we will continue to use the tools available to us as the minority. The majority is coming from a position of power. They're not standing in their power. They're giving away their power, really, but they're coming from a position of power because you can. You can move whatever you want. With 33 votes, you can move whatever you want. And you have 33 votes. On a bad day, you have 33 votes. But you don't get to move as many things as you want. If you want to move more things, then you do have to come to a table. And that has not happened. That has not happened. I have been told that the only resolution is to accept an amendment that continues to take away parental rights in medical decision-making, that continues to chip away at the human rights of trans people. I have been told that the only compromise available to me is to accept a violation of constitutional, parental, and human rights. Does that sound like a compromise to anyone? It is not a compromise. I do not have to accept the degradation of the existence of trans people, and I will not accept it. I will not accept, nor will I sit down for any malignment or attacking of any minority population. And it is really disappointing to me, the number of people who keep saying to me, but there are important things to do. What is more important than stopping our legislature from going down a path of human rights violations, of parental rights violations and constitutional rights violations? What is more important than stopping that from happening? There are important things that we can be and should be doing. But I am not the one standing in the way, and Senator Hunt is not the one standing in the way. We are standing in the way of a human rights crisis and violation, and eradication of a population of people. We are not standing in the way of the legislature doing business. You are doing that by choosing to dig in, by choosing to prioritize this egregious government overreach, that if it were any other issue than trans kids' medical care, everyone would be up in arms. If this was just regular kids' vaccine mandates, this body would be falling all over itself to kill that bill. If we were trying to take away parental rights in medical decision-making on vaccines,
1 minute.
This body would be losing its mind to stop that. But because it is a minority population that you are maligning, publicly maligning in your speech on this floor, we should be okay with that. I am not okay with that. And I cannot and will not give up on protecting these kids. I won't. And I do not care what the consequence is for myself. I do not care. Because if I fail these children, then I have failed as a legislator, and I have failed as a parent, and I have failed as a human being, and I will not fail these kids.
That's time, Senator. Seeing no one else in the queue, you are recognized to close.
This is your last chance to correct the course. This is your last chance to correct the course. This is your last chance to do the right thing by this institution and by this state, and to get us back on track. This is the last opportunity that 33 of you have to put things back the way that they should have been from the beginning. This is the last olive branch that you can light on fire, or you can say, let's go back to our original rules. Let's bring these senators to the table and let's work this out. I continue to be disappointed in you, my colleagues. I continue to be disappointed. I hope someday you will understand how important this moment in time is. I'm pretty sure that 33 of you are going to vote against this motion to reconsider. I would like a call of the House and a roll call vote. Thank you.
There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Roll call vote has been requested. Record, Ms. Clerk.
25 ayes, 4 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Vargas, will you check in, please? All members are present. The question before the body is a reconsideration of the vote of the rule suspension. A roll call vote has been requested. Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
Senator Aguilar, Senator Albright, voting no. Senator Arch, Voting no, Senator Armendariz. Voting no, Senator Ballard. Voting no, Senator Blood. Voting yes, Senator Bostar. Voting yes, Senator Bostelman. Voting no, Senator Brandt. Voting no, Senator Brewer. Voting no, Senator Breezy. Voting no, Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator Clements. Voting no, Senator Conrad. Voting yes, Senator Day, Senator DeBoer. Voting yes, Senator DeKay. Voting no, Senator Dorn. Voting no, Senator Dover. Voting no, Senator Dungan. Voting yes, Senator Erdman. Voting no, Senator Frederickson. Voting yes, Senator Geist. Voting no, Senator Holleran. Voting no, Senator Hansen. Voting no, Senator Hardin. Voting no, Senator Holcroft. Voting no, Senator Hughes. Voting no, Senator Hunt. Voting yes, Senator Ibaugh. Voting no, Senator Jacobson. Voting no, Senator Kauth. Voting no, Senator Linehan. Voting no, Senator Lippincott. Voting no, Senator Lowe. Voting no, Senator McDonald. Voting no, Senator McKinney. Voting yes, Senator Mosier. Voting no, Senator Merman. Voting no, Senator Raybold. Voting yes, Senator Reapy. Voting no, Senator Sanders. Voting no, Senator Slama. Voting no, Senator Vargas. Voting yes, Senator Von Gillern. Voting no, Senator Walls. Voting yes, Senator Wayne. Voting yes, Senator Wishart. Voting yes. Vote is 15 ayes, 32 nays, Mr. President, on the motion to reconsider.
The motion to reconsider is not adopted. I'll raise the call. Item to the record, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Revenue, chaired by Senator Linehan, reports legislative bills 243 and 584 to general file, both having committee amendments. Additionally, amendments to be printed, Senator Kavanaugh to LB 78. And Senator Kavanaugh to LB 138. Additional amendments to be printed from Senator Michaela Kavanaugh to Legislative Bill 296. Senator Slama motions to be printed to LB 376 and Senator Lowe to LB 77. Amendments to be printed Senator Hunt to LB 376 and 78. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh amendments to be printed to LB 298. New LR, Senator Holdcroft, LR 73, that'll be laid over. Additionally, new LR 74 from Senator Linehan, that will also be laid over. Next item on the agenda, Mr. President, Legislative Bill 276. It's a bill for an act. It's a bill for an act related to. Introduced by Senator Wishart. It's a bill for an act relating to the Nebraska Behavioral Health Services Act, amends Section 71801, adopts the Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinic Act, harmonized provisions, repeals the original section, declares an emergency. Bill is read for the first time on January 10th of this year and referred to the Health and Human Services Committee. That committee placed the bill on general file with committee amendments. The committee amendments have been adopted, Mr. President. There are other amendments and motions pending, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Senator Wishart for a 1-minute refresh on her bill.
Senator Wishart with a 1-minute refresh on your bill, please.
Good afternoon now, colleagues. Just to refresh you on this bill, this is a bill to set up a CCBHC system. It's a Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinic Act. And I just want to reiterate that this legislation will increase access to mental, behavioral health, and substance abuse services in our state. I want to thank the chairman, Hansen, of the Health and Human Services Committee for his support. And as you'll recall, we passed a committee amendment that ensured that we kept any funding obligation moving forward for this transformative opportunity when it comes to behavioral and mental health services in our state. I also want to thank the Speaker for prioritizing this legislation, as well as the Governor and the Department of Health and Human Services for their support, and all of your support on the first vote that we had on the committee amendment. Again, colleagues,
That's
just
time,
to
Senator.
understand. Oh, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk for motion.
Mr. President, Senator Hunt will move to bracket Legislative Bill 276 until June 1st, 2023.
Senator Hunt open.
Thank you, Mr. President. I withdraw my motion.
Motion has been withdrawn. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, next priority motion, Senator Hunt would move to recommit Legislative Bill 276 to committee.
Senator Hunt open.
Thank you, Mr. President. I withdraw my motion.
Motion has been withdrawn. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, next item, AM 964 from Senator Michaela Cavanaugh.
Senator Kavanaugh, to open, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I withdraw my amendment.
Amendment has been withdrawn. Mr. Clerk.
Next amendment, Mr. President, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would offer AM 963.
Senator Kavanaugh to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. I withdraw my amendment.
Amendment has been withdrawn. Mr. Clerk for the next item.
Mr. President, next amendment, AM 961 from Senator Michaela Cavanaugh.
Senator Kavanaugh, you're ready to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. I withdraw my amendment.
Amendment has been withdrawn. Mr. Clerk for the next item.
Mr. President, final item on the bill, Senator Hunt would move to indefinitely postpone Legislative Bill 276.
Senator Hunt open.
Thank you, Mr. President. I withdraw my motion.
Motion has been withdrawn. Returning to debate on LB 276. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Wishart, you are open to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I will be quick so we can get on to other legislation, and appreciate all of my colleagues' support again for this piece of legislation. Just wanted to remind everyone that I've worked with the Department of Health and Human Services, and the fiscal note is cash funded. It's $200,000 per year. And so just want to be clear that we found a way to fund the ability for the department to set up this program and do a state plan amendment internally without utilizing general funds. With that, I encourage you to support LB 276. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wishart. The question is the advancement of LB 276 to ENR initial. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
46 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on advancement of the bill.
The bill advances. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, next bill, Legislative Bill 276A from Senator Wishart. It's a bill for enacting new appropriations, appropriates funds to aid in the carrying out of the provisions of Legislative Bill 276. Bill was read for the first time on March 14th of this year and placed directly on general file. Senator Wishart,
you're recognized to open on LB 276A.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, as I said earlier, this is a cash fund appropriation to allow the department to set up this system and work to achieve a state plan amendment. With that, I encourage you to support the A bill for LB 276.
Debate is now open on LB 276A. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Wishart, you're open to close. She waives closing. The question before the body is the advancement of LB 276A to E&R initial. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
44 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on advancement of the bill.
The A bill is advanced. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Next item, Mr. President, select file Legislative Bill 77. First of all, Senator, I have E&R amendments.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the E&R amendments to LB 77 be adopted.
All those in favor of the E&R amendments, say aye. All opposed? This is a debatable motion. Senator Raybould, you are next in the queue to speak. You are recognized to speak.
Oh, I am. Thank you, Mr. President. I stand before you not in support of LB 77 or ER 12. You know, what we heard from Nashville, Tennessee is nothing but tragic, senseless, heinous, disturbing, but preventable. Another school shooting where innocent children and teachers are slaughtered. When is enough enough? Is it not enough that the undisputed fact that the #1 killer of our children in the United States is from gun violence? Families want legislators to take action, but not what we are proposing today to lessen our gun safety measures, to pass a permitless, no training, and no background check, to dismiss and dismantle local safeguards that keep our communities safer is what this bill proposes. This is completely illogical. Senator Brewer, you are an extraordinary individual with many acts of heroism and countless credited deeds of courage. But you, sir, have significant training in your military career and in protecting our country. Why do you not believe it is important to do everything we can and must do to protect our children? Why don't you believe it is essential to the well-being of every Nebraska community to keep our law enforcement safe? I am heartbroken to see my colleagues in this legislature are not moved by each and every school shooting and mass shooting, and not motivated to enact legislation that protects our officers and families, despite the overwhelming statistics showing more lives lost this year to gun violence than last year. Mr. President, could you gavel, please? So senators, thank you. We have more mass shootings than last year. Black youths are 4 times more likely to be killed with guns than their white peers. States with tighter gun control laws have fewer gun-related deaths. Study after study shows more lax gun laws result in more gun violence. States with more guns have more police officers killed on duty. States with the most guns report the most suicides. And sadly, in our rural areas, states with more right to carry have increased rates of violent crimes and gun violence. And add on to that, recent studies show road rage. States with red flag laws are saving lives. Please, please don't use the pathetic arguments that the U.S. has more mental health issues than other countries. This is simply not true and is a shameless lie. What we have is more guns and increasingly lax laws. You know, New Jersey is a great example where they are doing things right. Shootings have been reduced 25% statewide. New Jersey has the fourth strongest gun laws and the lowest rate of firearm ownership, with just 8.9%, with the most comprehensive concealed carry permitting system. Their Attorney General credits the state's strict gun laws that make New Jersey have the third lowest rates of firearm mortality in the United States.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. I passed out this map of firearm mortality by state. And I hope you can take a look at it because it's something that we in Nebraska should be very proud. We're in the top 10 of states with the lowest firearm mortality. Our colleagues, our states, neighboring states to the south and east and west have some of the highest. And guess what? They have some of the most lax concealed carry laws. I don't think we need any more experiments, but to look at our neighboring states to know that concealed carry is a bad idea for our state. It's a bad idea for law enforcement. We have our chief of police from both Lincoln and Omaha stating that they are against this bill because it does more harms to the communities and their officers that they try to safeguard.
That's time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Clerk for motion.
Mr. President, priority motion, Senator Lowe would move to bracket Legislative Bill 77 to April 12th.
Senator Lowe, you're recognized open.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll withdraw that motion.
Motion has been withdrawn. Returning to debate on E&R amendments, Senator Duncan, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise today generally opposed to LB 77 in its current form as we have it here on select file, and I suppose also in favor of the E&R amendments, but generally opposed to the underlying bill. I want to take a moment for those who are watching at home or people who have maybe been following along with this debate to kind of remind us where we're situated. We've had a long day. We've talked about a lot of things already. This is the first of many long days and potentially long nights. But getting back into the debate regarding LB 77, I think does require a little bit of a refresher to remind folks where we were. So LB 77, as I understand it, in its original format, was not just opposed by the police departments of Lincoln and Omaha, as well as others, but was also, in fact, opposed by some of the police unions. I'd spoken with a number of the police unions about concerns they had there and understood their concerns with regarding to LB 77 as it was originally proposed. I also understand there were folks who were in favor of LB 77 in its original format. And I think a lot of the arguments we heard early on about the original LB 77 was that it, in fact, potentially, I believe the argument was, reduced the effect of some of these criminal laws on certain marginalized populations. And that's an argument that I completely understand. As many of you know, I obviously worked as a public defender, and so I've seen the effect of how certain laws can affect various populations. And so I understand that concern too. But ultimately, an amendment was brought on to LB 77 in an effort to help get some of the police unions off of the opposition side of things. And that amendment, in a number of things, ultimately created an entirely new list of misdemeanor crimes. I'm sure you'll hear from my colleagues and I about the new crimes that it created, but it seems to me that the amendment that ultimately created new criminal penalties sort of defeats the argument to a certain extent that this law, as it was originally written, LB 77, would potentially alleviate some of the concerns with regards to marginalized populations being affected by the criminal law. So I have more concerns with the bill in its current format with the amendments than I did prior to those amendments being added on. That being said, I've also had a chance to speak with folks who were originally opposing this bill. And I again want to reiterate something, and it's important that I make sure I say this. Ultimately, the police unions that were against this bill now are neutral on it. And so I think to conflate that neutral with support is problematic, because I heard a number of people say that they were happy the police now supported it. They were glad the police were on board. This amendment did everything they possibly could to change the concerns. But from the folks I spoke with, the police unions are not, in fact, on board with it, but rather are neutral. And so I made that argument early on in the original debate on LB 77, and I wanted to make it again here, just to remind my colleagues that we're not talking about a bill that all of the police unions hopped on board with, that they believed was now appropriate, that they were supportive of. And in fact, as was already pointed out by Senator Raybould, the Lincoln Police Department and the Omaha Police Department, as I understand it, still do not support this bill. And that's not to say that should be the end-all, be-all of everything, but if the concern that we hear not just in this body, but from a vast majority of constituents on a regular basis, is community safety. And then the people in this body who are supporting LB 77 purport that they are supporters of community safety. And that oftentimes in their campaigns, we see literature that's handed out saying, oh, I'm endorsed by the police and I support, thank you, Mr. President, support community safety. It just seems somewhat problematic to talk out of both sides of your mouth in that circumstance. And I find it questionable that some of my colleagues are not currently listening to the police departments that they purport to represent, or that they say they listen to when it comes to community safety and experts in the field. So that's an issue I have. I would just remind my colleagues that that's kind of, that I wanted to give a little bit of history there. I know we all probably know that, but to resituate us where we are. I think there's going to be a number of other amendments we're going to hear. I have a number of other concerns with this bill, questions, frankly, about the way it's written and how it's going to affect cities and local municipalities. And I'll raise those questions as we get a little bit further down the line. But for now, I just wanted to kind of resituate the argument where we were and give everyone a beat. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Duggan. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Geez, this has been happening all day. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to LB 77. I haven't looked at what the enrollment and review amendments are, so I guess I will check those out between now and when we vote on them. I would like to yield the remainder of my time to Senator Raybould.
Senator Raybould, 4 minutes and 34 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, and thank you, Mr. President. You know, I was talking about some of the great things that are happening in our country when it comes to making sure that we keep our kids safe and our officers safe. And, you know, I singled out the state of New Jersey, and they're right next door to Pennsylvania. And Pennsylvania has had lax concealed carry as well as lax gun laws. And guess what? Pennsylvania is one of the least restrictive gun laws, and they have 4 times the firearm mortality than New Jersey. You know, it's really hard to talk about this bill in light of the mass shooting in Nashville. I have to tell you, I remember exactly where I was when the Uvalde, Texas situation happened. I remember where I was for the Parkland shooting. I actually was in DC waiting to be interviewed by the most credible political race rating company in the United States. While waiting, I picked up the New York Times and started to read the account of the gun massacre of all the teens and the devastating families and community, and I actually started to sob. I think, you know, how heartless can this body be when we don't consider the impact of our actions if we support LB 77? You know, I hear from my friends who are responsible gun owners. I hear from a lot of people, as we all do through emails, and they want us to protect that Second Amendment right. And putting forward this concealed carry bill does more harm to the life and liberty of small children, of our officers. You know, Justice Antonin Scalia said that the Second Amendment right is not an absolute right. He said, like most rights, the right secured by the Second Amendment right is not unlimited. It is not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever in any manner whatever and for whatever purpose. You know, this bill, in addition to be a lax gun safety measure, it's doing more harm to localities than you can ever imagine. It preempts all the existing laws that Lincoln and Omaha have worked so hard to keep our communities safe. Chief Schmatter said this, and saying that they're very proud that they have reversed the course of gun violence in Omaha. Omaha has reversed its course. We're on our way back to the 40-year lows that we saw in 2020. Very positive momentum. I heard Senator Brewer mention Missouri, major cities, Kansas City, and St. Louis are two of those. Look, we're not looking to replicate Kansas City and St. Louis, and rightly so. Missouri is ranked number 1, 2, 3, 4.
1 minute.
Fourth from having the highest incidence of firearm deaths in the United States. It's right up there. The top state is Mississippi, Louisiana, Wyoming, Missouri, Alabama, and tragically, Tennessee is right up there with lax gun laws and lax concealed carry. Chief Schmatter goes on to say that Omaha would like to keep our gun registration ordinance, and LB 77 would eliminate it. There's a reason why law enforcement need to have that gun registration. They can quickly respond when that gun is checked, and they can help their community in a swifter fashion. The ordinance helps us prevent the mentally ill, substance abuser, gang members, and known criminals from purchasing a firearm. With the gun registration ordinance,
That's time, Senator.
thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Raybould. Senator John Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I rise in support of the ENR amendment. I looked at it, and it looks like it doesn't change much of the bill. But I still remain opposed to LB 77 as amended. And, you know, I think I'm happy to be having this conversation. Well, first off, I just want to recognize Senator Ballard did a great job announcing the ENR amendment. So that was the first ENR amendment of this session. And I also just would point out that Senator Lowe had filed the bracket motion, which we are now operating under the new rule, and he withdrew it, which means that no one else can file a bracket motion on this bill. But there still is a motion to indefinitely postpone and a motion to recommit that's still available if they haven't been filed yet on this bill. But since Senator Lowe filed that bracket motion and withdrew it, if we so chose to continue try to move this bill to another date, to have this conversation, have some negotiations outside of the chamber or something along those lines, that would not be something that would be available to us any longer at this point. But that is the new rule. That's how we're functioning. And so I just thought, you know, we got right out of the gate, hit the ground running. So I'll start out by talking about, I appreciate Senator Brewer's, commitment to this issue. And I appreciate his, I have to say, intellectual consistency on this. I had a bill, we had this debate last year. I had a bill and an amendment to this bill that would have allowed for expungement for folks who've previously had these convictions. And I didn't bring it this year, but I brought it. We had the hearing. Senator Brewer supported that amendment, and it became evident that if it was adopted, it would have sunk the bill. Ultimately, the bill didn't pass last year, but I appreciated his consistency in terms of the intellectual approach that he has towards this, and we just disagree about the underlying issue. But my point was, and I talked about this earlier, that there are things that I'll propose that I think will make a bill, an idea stronger, even if I disagree with the underlying idea. And that was kind of one of those. And Senator Brewer agreed with that in principle. So I appreciated that. We're talking about the ENR amendments. I do have an amendment to this that I would like to talk to you, but I won't speak to it right now. But I, again, would just sort of refocus the argument. It's been a while since we've been it's like, what's the show last week on legislative floor debate. So my criticisms of AM 640 were rooted principally in the fact that it creates a series of new misdemeanor offenses that were not previously offenses. So the easiest one to explain would be attempted shoplifting while having a concealed weapon. So right now, if you go to a grocery store and you put a candy bar in your pocket and walk out the door, that's shoplifting. And so an attempt is any kind of substantial step in that process. So if you walk into a grocery store and you put a candy bar in your pocket, but don't walk out the door and you have a gun on you, that would implicate this current statute. And so this proposal. And my opposition in the original debate was that I didn't think that these specific amendments had a substantial enough hearing to move forward. I think we're at this point beyond that. I suppose I could continue to raise that argument in light of the fact that I think the last time I was required to have a hearing on an amendment, it was after the select file round. But anyway, so this creates a new series of misdemeanors if someone is concealed carrying while commission of what is considered a serious
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Serious, dangerous misdemeanor, and a dangerous misdemeanor is a violation of stalking, a knowing violation of harassment protection order, knowing violation of sexual assault protection order, domestic assault, assault of an unborn in the third degree, theft by shoplifting, unauthorized use of a propelled vehicle, so that like a car or I guess a motorcycle or a Vespa maybe, criminal mischief, impersonating a police officer, resisting arrest, operating a motor vehicle, obstruction of a peace officer, or violation of a domestic abuse protection order, and then any attempt of any of those. And so that's why I point to the attempted shoplifting becomes a misdemeanor. And one of my criticisms about it requiring further hearing is I don't know if that was necessarily the intent of that. I think that some of these, the intent is there to create these new offenses, but I object to the creation of.
That's time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Raybold and Senator Bostar would like to welcome 12 members of the Girl Scout Troop 2880 from the 1st and 2nd grade at Beatty and Sheridan Elementary, and they're earning their democracy badges today. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Returning to the queue, Senator Raybold, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to continue on with the discussion from Chief Schmatter in Omaha. This bill, LB 77, would preempt all the existing local rules that the city of Omaha and Lincoln have in place to protect our communities. Chief Schmatter went on to say the ordinance helps us prevent the mentally ill, substance abusers, gang members, and known criminals from purchasing a firearm. With the gun registration ordinance, we fully examine a person's criminal history, including recent arrests and reports. And it helps us vet who is able to carry that firearm with the city of Omaha. The Omaha Police Department tries to get in the middle of gang and gun violence on the street. The gun registration ordinance does help with that. He goes on to say that LB 77 allows for open carry. This is a concern for heavily populated cities where it takes on an entirely hard to manage dynamic, one that can cause harm, be tactically unsafe for the carriers, and increase the dynamics for law enforcement response in the populated city. The mayor, city council, and myself, and we feel any future seat holders would be opposed to open carry as well. Given the dynamics of a major city, LB 77 eliminates the City of Omaha Firearm Ordinance Transportation 20-195. Without the ordinance, there is no way to prevent the carrying of an assault weapon. So you can walk around a populated city, outdoor venues of the College World Series, concerts, police, crime scenes, place of protest. You get the picture. There's nothing that we can do about it at that point in time, the mayor, city council, and myself. And I have had a number of conversations with Chief Ewings for the City of Lincoln police chief, and she stated the same concerns. The way that this LB 77 is structured, how are we going to be able to police tailgating? How are we going to be able to secure the folks that participate in these activities, from our parks and recreation to outdoor concerts? It's going to be making their job twice as hard and putting them twice at risk. There is a state that is doing some great things besides New Jersey, and that is California. And if you look on the list I provided to you, you can see California is the top 10 states of having the lowest firearm mortality per 100,000. Nebraska is number 10. California is number 6. So California is right up there. And what they have done, and they do charge a fee. In Nebraska, the fee for concealed carry is $100. As it now stands, if we pass this LB 77, it's $100. In California, it's $268. And they have a rigorous process that you have to go through that even has an interview that requires people to have an interview. They go through a background check. They have to demonstrate even a reason that they need to have the concealed carry. And it's something that I know Californians are very proud of, and that they have kept California safer. These are the states that we should be looking to if we want to pass good gun legislation. We shouldn't be going to the bottom of the pack, which is Mississippi, Louisiana, Wyoming, and Missouri, for what they have done. And that's what Chief Schmatter was saying. Why do we want to emulate what St. Louis and Kansas City, Missouri has done? It's obviously they're failing their citizens by coming up with lax concealed carry. We know that those states that have lax concealed carry, this data is very clear. They have more homicides, more firearm deaths, et cetera. I hope to continue my discussion and talking about myths versus facts on the gun lobby. And I know the NRA is here today. They had a luncheon inviting all those Second Amendment supporters to come and talk to their senators. But I do want to continue the discussion with myths versus fact, debunking the gun lobby's favorite talking points. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Raybold. Senator McKinney, you are up to be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to make it clear, the Omaha police do not like this bill because they want to target Black people in North Omaha and South Omaha. The chief of police doesn't want this bill to change because they won't be allowed to continue to target people, and the disproportionate amount of arrest of Black people would decrease. That's why the chief doesn't support this bill, and that's not a myth, that's a fact, and you can check the record from the hearing. Also, please, I'm saying this to everybody, do not stand up and say y'all care about Black kids. If y'all cared about Black kids, this gun issue would have been addressed a long time ago by providing economic opportunity and those type of things to communities like North Omaha. Don't stand up and say it when you introduce bills that would limit the earning potential of youth in my community. Don't pretend you care about them. That is my issue. Don't ask me to come in the rotunda and talk to you if you work for a law enforcement agency because you just want to continue to target Black people. Let's make it plain. Let's be honest here. And it's a lot of things that frustrate me when people stand up and pretend to care about black kids and talk about black kids this and black kids that. If you really cared about black kids, the communities in which they live in will look a lot different today, but they don't. So myself and Senator Wayne have to come down here and fight for legislation to get economic recovery, and that's at risk because people pretend to care about black kids. That's my problem. So stop it. Please stop it. We changed gun laws in 2009 and it increased our prison population. The majority of those people come from the district I represent and they're black. But a lot of you guys will vote for a prison this year thinking that's just public safety and that solves the problem. That's the problem. Y'all just pretending and being hypocrites. Please, I'm just imploring everybody, do not stand up and say you care about black kids. I don't want to hear it. It's not being consistent to what's been going on historically in this state, in this country, and it's not consistent what's been going on this session from a lot of people. And I'm over it. I'm tired of it. I'm frustrated. And I got a lot of words I want to say, but I'm not going to say those. But for real, like, what are we doing here? And I understand, you know, this is a polarizing topic. The gun issue is, I understand that because it's a polarizing topic for me as well. You know, I've lost friends to gun violence. I am literally named after somebody that was killed due to gun violence. I wear that with me every day. So don't stand up and tell me I don't care, because I do. I have a pin of my best friend sitting at my desk every day who was killed due to gun violence. I care. It matters to me more than most. Many people never had a bullet go straight past your ear. I have. I could have easily not be here talking about this issue, but it's frustrating when people pretend to care about my community and keep standing up. I'm tired of Nebraska nice. It's annoying. Be who you are. They don't want changes to a gun ordinance because it would prevent them from targeting people that look like me. So standing up making that argument means you find it acceptable for the police in Omaha to target black people disproportionately.
1 minute.
And I'll use a quote from Frederick Douglass: to the lawyer, to the preacher, the politician, and to the man of letters, there is no neutral ground. Who is not for us is against us. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Colleagues, you've heard the motion to adopt the ENR amendments. All those in favor say aye. All those say nay. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ENR amendments are adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Raybould would move to amend Legislative Bill 77 by striking the enacting clause.
Senator Raybould, you are recognized open.
Yes, thank you very much. You know, you've heard me talk a lot about gun lobbyists and their intent. You know, I am clearly not in support of LB 77, and I think it's important to, once again, review some of the myths that have been circulating out there. Myth: owning a gun makes you safer. Here's the fact: owning a gun puts you at heightened risk for gun violence. Numerous studies have found that gun ownership increases the risk of both gun-related homicides and suicides. Guns in the home are particularly dangerous for victims of domestic violence. The presence of a gun in a home with a history of domestic violence increases the risk that a woman will be killed by 500%. Next myth: the only thing that stops a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. Here's the fact. Armed citizens rarely successfully intervene to stop an active shooter. While the NRA actively perpetuates this idea that ensuring a fully armed citizenry is the best approach to stopping so-called bad guys before they're able to do too much damage, there is very little evidence suggesting that civilians can effectively serve this role. Armed citizens often lack training for high-stakes situations and can actually make a bad situation worse. A more effective approach to preventing gun deaths is to enact strong laws and policies to keep guns out of the wrong hands and limit access to highly dangerous weapons of war. An FBI study of 160 active shooting incidences from 2000 to 2013 found that only one was stopped by an individual with a valid firearm permit. In contrast, 21 incidents were stopped by unarmed citizens. Armed citizens can worsen the outcome of a mass shooting. During the 2011 shooting in Tucson, Arizona, an armed bystander misidentified the perpetrator and almost shot the wrong person. Expansive concealed carry permitting laws, like the one we're discussing, are linked to an increase in violent crime. A 2017 study by researchers at Stanford University found that 10 years after enacting these laws, states experienced a 13 to 15% rise in violent crimes. Sadly, a gun is more likely to be stolen than used to stop a crime. According to an analysis of the National Crime Victimization Survey, guns are nearly twice as likely to be stolen than to be used for self-defense. Next myth, mass shooters specifically target gun-free zone. Here's the fact. A small percentage of mass shootings occur in locations where guns are prohibited. This myth is often used to stop legislative efforts to limit gun carrying in certain locations that are considered particularly sensitive or unsuitable for guns, such as schools, houses of worship, or government buildings. However, most of the incidents in the United States in which a single shooter kills 4 or more people, the FBI's definition of a mass shooting, do not occur in locations where guns are banned, but rather in private homes or public locations where individuals are free to carry guns. There is absolutely no evidence that mass shooters specifically seek out locations where guns are banned for acts of mass violence. Next myth. Gun laws do not work because criminals do not follow the law. Here's the fact. Gun laws are effective at reducing gun violence. I spoke briefly about what New Jersey State has done. I spoke also about California and their very strict concealed carry permit. The fact that some individuals will undoubtedly violate any given law is not a reason to eliminate such laws altogether. Eliminating concealed carry laws that we currently have in Nebraska is a very bad idea. Strong gun laws, such as those requiring background checks for all gun sales, prohibiting certain dangerous people from buying or possessing guns, and limiting access to highly dangerous weapons of war, are effective at helping keep guns out of the wrong hands in order to prevent gun violence and save lives. A 2016 study found that the 10 states with the weakest gun laws have an aggregate level of gun violence that is more than 3 times higher than the 10 states with the strongest gun laws. 2 studies done by Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health demonstrate the impact of permit-to-purchase laws that include a background check requirement. When Connecticut implemented this law, gun homicides in the state fell 40 When Missouri repealed a similar law, gun homicides in that state rose 25%. You know, I stand before you today. I can talk and talk about what other states are doing that has had a dramatic impact on saving lives in their community. And that's what we're faced with today. For the Nebraskans out there listening, I hear you. We know that the majority of Nebraskans and all law-abiding, responsible gun owners want common sense gun safety measures. There is just a small minority of individuals out there that are advocating for less restrictive gun laws. It's really sad. You know, I've asked this question to you all before, and I will continue to pose the question to you all until someone stands up and answers. The question to you is, what are you doing to keep Nebraskan children safe from gun violence? And I heard from senators talking about what's going on at the border. I've heard senators talk about the fentanyl crisis, but I haven't heard exactly what gun safety measures are you advocating? How do you intend to keep our children safe? What we see throughout the country is heinous. It's awful. It's indescribable, the tragedy and the loss and the sadness that these families are going to be facing. But it's not just the families that are impacted, it's the entire community. Uvalde, Texas is still reeling from the loss of all those children. Parkland in Florida is still reeling. Sandy Hook, all the parents have become advocates in their grief and sorrow. They just want to make sure that no other community, no other family knows the awful loss of losing their child to gun violence. And that's what I'm asking my colleagues today. Let's turn this around. Let's keep Nebraska safer. Let's keep our law enforcement safer. Please vote down LB 77. We have a duty and obligation to keep our children safer and to keep law enforcement safe. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Raybold. And you are next in the queue, so you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. You heard me talk about the police chiefs in Lincoln and Omaha. And I just wanted to share with you, this is the International Association of Chief of Police. And this is all the more reason why we do not need a concealed carry bill like LB 77 that is a permitless, no background check, and no training. And we all recognize, and I've heard, and I want to thank my fellow senators for speaking out how invaluable that gun training is. Not only the use of the gun, but also safe storage of both the ammunition and the gun itself. And that training is always a good thing. So please, somebody has to tell me why LB 77, where you remove the training component, where you remove the background check, and where you remove the permit that is required, the fee is $100. You know, in our Nebraska Constitution, it talks about hunting license. And there, you have to have a permit to have a hunting license. So why would you not have a permit for a firearm? You have to have a driver's license to drive a vehicle. Why would you not have a permit for someone to drive a vehicle? But here's what the International Association of Chief of Police say. The IACP, International Association of Chiefs of Police, holds that the responsibility of carrying a concealed weapon should include a thorough familiarization and training with the weapon carried, basic instruction on the fundamentals of carrying a concealed weapon, and understanding when the use of a concealed weapon is legal and or advisable. They also talk about automatic assault weapons. I know that's not the discussion of today, but I know that that was another big issue that they have. And they were obviously in support of an assault weapons ban. And in the period of that assault weapons ban from 1994 to 2004, the proportion of assault weapons traced to crimes fell by a dramatic 66%. You know, these issues of trying to keep our communities safe should be first and foremost in everything we do. The chief of police also went on to say concealed carry reciprocity. The IACP opposes any federal legislative proposal that would either preempt and or mandate the liberalization of individual states' concealed carry weapons laws pertaining to the carrying of concealed weapons in other states without meeting the state's requirements. Lessening the requirements for something that can cause so harm to so many people, especially law enforcement and our children, is something that we should take quite seriously and reconsider. The other report that just came out in March of 2023 that also further substantiates states that have strong gun laws have lowest rates of road rage. You know, it's common when people drive, no matter what country you drive in, there are frustrated drivers. Traffic is moving too slow. But what we have in the United States with our road rage is the exacerbation of having free and ready access to firearms. States with permitless carry have by far the highest rate of road rage shootings with injuries
1 minute.
or deaths. Thank you, Mr. President. Permitless carry states have nearly triple the rate of road rage shooting victimization than those states with the most protective standards. And again, I ask my colleagues, help me understand why you think this is a great bill that our state of Nebraska needs. You know, your right to the Second Amendment seems insignificant and subordinate to the right of our children to be safe and the right of our officers to be safe. We are a nation held in the grips of senseless gun violence. This stops today when we vote this lawless concealed carry down, not our state, not our children, and not our officers. I ask you, please stand with me and other law-abiding gun owners, responsible gun owners for common sense gun safety. Please
That's time, Senator.
vote no on LB 77. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Senator Raybold. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator John Kavanaugh would move to amend FA 22 with AM 666.
Senator John Kavanaugh, you are recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. AM 666 is a white copy amendment which replaces the bill. It provides that there shall be no fees for issuance or renewal of a concealed carry permit. I understand that most of you would prefer LB 77 in the form that advanced from general file with no amendments that was adopted with the amendment that was adopted AM 640. That amendment made changes to the bill that reportedly brought the Omaha Police Union to the neutral stance. But as I tried to argue in general file, and I will reiterate here today, LB 77 significantly reduces sentence for gun crimes in a manner that if they were not included in the bill, that conservative senators overwhelmingly support would likely not receive the votes from anyone but the most liberal members of the body. Under the current law, Nebraska Revised Statute 28-1206, a prohibited person carrying a concealed and openly concealed is guilty of a Class 1D felony for a first offense and a Class 1B felony for a second and subsequent offense. A Class 1D felony is a mandatory minimum 3 years and a maximum 50 years in prison, and a 1B felony is a 20 years to life. LB 77 creates a new crime of carrying a concealed weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 1 misdemeanor, as a first offense and a Class 4 felony for a second and subsequent offense. A Class 1 misdemeanor is punishable by not more than 1 year in jail and $1,000 fine. A Class 4 felony carries a maximum sentence of up to 2 years. LB 77 is written has a wildly different penalty for the same conduct committed by the same person. An offense that is currently 3 to 50 years in prison is only a misdemeanor under this bill. A second offense, which carries maximum sentence of life in prison, should be considered only a maximum of 2 years under this bill. If I were defending a client charged under the existing prohibited person statute and he was carrying a concealed weapon, I would argue for the lesser penalty in LB 77. At least LB 77 creates a lesser penalty lesser included offense where one of the essential elements of the less serious offense is arguably the more serious crime. But it might actually incentivize criminals who are currently prohibited from carrying firearms of any kind to carry them concealed because the penalty for doing so could be less than carrying openly. So that's kind of just a laying out of one of my fundamental problems with the bill. I guess I should probably address what AM 666 does, which strikes the entire bill and replaces it with, there shall be no fee for issuance of a renewal or permit. So we heard at the hearing, I know, and on floor debate, and the last time this bill was up, and when this similar bill was debated 2 years ago or last year, that people shouldn't have to pay to exercise a constitutional right. We heard it many, many times from individuals on this floor. And we had the conversation. I pointed out and others pointed out that there are plenty of constitutional rights that require some sort of fee to exercise them, like the assembly clause requires a fee for parades or events held, say, on a courthouse steps or city hall steps, that there's often a fee associated for that organization and that exercise of your constitutional rights. But I personally think that we shouldn't really be charging that. I know that that's a cost that the city usually charges to make sure, for whatever reasons, for administrative costs, we'll say. And I know for parades and things, there's usually a cost associated with providing security associated with those events. But nonetheless, I think it's untrue to say that the government doesn't charge individuals to exercise other rights. But in that vein, in the spirit of compromise, I took those criticisms, those comments from people from the hearing and from on the floor here, and I have proposed AM 666, which would say that the only change in our current law is that it strikes out the language requiring a fee for both the initial application and for the renewal, and it says that there shall be no fee for that. So people would still have to go through the other precautions that we currently have in law, which include going to the state patrol, taking a class, getting the kind of education that provides broader safety to the community. And that is, I think, serves the objective of lifting the government, the hurdle, the burden on individuals that we place on them to exercise one of their constitutional rights, and is minimizing the government intrusion into people's lives. So that's the compromise I'm proposing with AM 666. I'm going to say it a bunch of times because it sounds funny. How much time do I have, Mr. President? Is this a 5-minute? No.
4 minutes and 37 seconds.
Oh, wow. Well, I've got some more time to talk about it, I guess. So that's pretty clear. I think it's easy to understand. If people have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. I would just say I don't have a fiscal note on it, but looking at the fiscal note from the underlying bill, the Nebraska State Patrol states that they receive approximately 23,417 permit applications in a given year. The permits result in a gross revenue of $100 per permit and $50 for renewed permit. NSP, Nebraska State Patrol, estimates the gross total revenue for all estimated permit proceeds at a total of $1,831,033. And with permits be reduced by this bill to be 10 to 33%. So they were assuming that some people would still get permits, which would result in a total gross decrease of between 180,000 and 610,000. So the relevant point is, assuming the same number of permits and renewals a year, the fiscal note of my proposal would be somewhere around $1.8 million for the state in lost revenue as a result of foregoing those permit payments. But it seems like a bargain, I guess, to say we are preserving people's right to exercise their constitutional right, but we're still preserving the safety of our communities through ensuring that individuals who are concealed carrying are meeting a minimum standard threshold of education and understanding of how to behave in the world when you are carrying a weapon in public spaces, that people then also understand the obligations they have, which are still obligations they have under the statute that they won't be receiving the education for, which is another one of my problems with having no permit. Obligations like declaring to a law enforcement officer that you are carrying a firearm, and there's separate penalties for failure to disclose in that. And so they would still have those sorts of education requirements, still have I guess, actual ID itself to carry with them so that they can identify themselves, which relieves one of the other concerns, I think, in this bill that has a separate self-authentication identification for individuals. So it, I think, is a reasonable compromise. I think, appreciate getting to a vote on this at some point today. I think we've got time to do that. And it would serve as a middle ground between what LB 77 as amended is and what the opponents of this bill have articulated as their issues with it, and addressing the concerns of the broader community of individuals who came and testified in favor of this bill, who said that they don't think that they should have to pay these fees. So this is my suggestion, modest proposal, compromise, middle ground between where I am and where Senator Brewer and others are. And I put it out there, and I would hope that everyone can come together and support this. I think we could vote on my amendment and move on to the next bill and move on from 77 and resolve this issue in an amicable way. So that's my proposal. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Mr. Clerk, for motion.
Mr. President, Senator Raybold would move to recommit LB 77 to committee.
Senator Raybold, you are recognized open.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I had a constituent write to me, and I thought it was very interesting and spot on. He says it's his view the duties of the unicameral are through legislation to protect its citizens, to protect businesses, solve problems of law, protect the environment, and overall state as a whole. And he said, in reviewing LB 77, I have a hard time understanding what protections LB 77 provides and what problems LB 77 resolves. And that's why I know Senator Brewer has worked incredibly hard on this piece of legislation, but it's not right. It's not right for my city of Lincoln. I hear from our city council, I hear from our chief of police, I hear from our mayor. I think Senator Brewer has done an admirable job, but it's not ready yet. And that's why I do support the recommit to committee. But this is what my constituent said. He goes, to hunt in this state, you need a firearm. To hunt in this state, you need a permit, license, and all the associated stamps. The questions he raised are, why is it acceptable to eliminate any registering required of concealed carry with the potential of personal injury? He says the government tracks virtually everything as a means to improve the state as a whole, yet appears to give up this data for concealed carry. It appears to me that LB 77 is just an end run to get around interpretations, arguments regarding the meaning and intent of the Second Amendment. This is a good question. I love questions to ask my colleagues and fellow Nebraskans watching. Will removing permits to increase the number of weapons in the public on a daily basis? And the answer is most likely. And then he challenges it, well, why are you passing this bill? Will law enforcement potentially lose track of the number of weapons that are maybe carried daily by citizens? The answer is, yeah, they will. You don't need a permit for it. Is it important that law enforcement have an understanding how many weapons are in the public realm? And the answer is, I certainly would hope so. Will the increase in weapons in the public realm increase the chances for a weapon to be brought into an off-limits location? The answer is probably yes. We talked about different areas. Certainly in Lincoln, it could be in all the tailgating parties, it's our parks and recreation, outdoor concerts, you name it. The question is, will more guns in the public realm increase the likelihood, probability of an innocent bystander being injured in crossfire? Answer, yes. Probability increases. And I had already just mentioned road rage. Road rage combined with a firearm is another serious situation to consider. Is it prudent for the unicameral to knowingly increase the risk of bodily injury deaths of citizens by knowingly increasing the number of weapons in the public realm? The answer is no. That's not what our business is about. Our business is about protecting those in our state. Are citizens carrying weapons required to use self or automatic locking holsters as law enforcement use to prevent accidental discharge or others from taking the weapon? The answer is no. You know, we don't need to pass this bill, and I ask that it be sent back to committee for further consideration. It's really quite dramatic when you take away preemption from cities like Lincoln and Omaha. That does irreparable harm. We can't get that back except through another act of legislation with the state of Nebraska. And that's a really scary thing to think about. One of the things that I had introduced, and I hope it will come up soon, is to talk about suicide risk protection order. This is something that I presented before the judiciary for their consideration. You have seen many states around the United States enact what are called red flag laws. 19 states have enacted red flag laws, and they are successful. They are saving lives. And in our discussions about red flag laws, we had a very brave woman named Mary Steiner, who shared with us the tragic story and loss of her son. And I wanted to share it with you all today and why it's important that we continue to focus on legislation like suicide risk protection orders, like extreme risk protection orders that give our families more access to tools that will help keep their loved one safe, especially that loved one who is experiencing a mental health crisis and an issue and concern of threat of doing harm to themselves or to others. These things are important. These are things that we as a legislative body should be looking at. Not reducing restrictions and requirements that are reasonable, that are common sense, that we currently have in place, that give law enforcement the tools they need to succeed and to help families. Mary Steiner's story is a real story. She spoke about Governor Pete Ricketts explained during a June 10th town hall meeting in Grand Island that court processes exist where if someone is adjudicated to have mental health issues, that person loses the right to have firearms. Sadly, the legal system did not follow this process, which resulted in her son Richard, dying by suicide on November 28, 2020. That's why red flag laws matter. In July 2020, law enforcement officers in Merritt County confiscated my son's firearms. These officers took Richard to a mental health treatment facility in Kearney for evaluation. Less than a week later, the facility discharged my son. Richard suffered from bipolar, depression, a persistent severe mental illness that has a 20% rate of suicide among those who are not receiving treatment. While the mental health system did its part to offer treatment services, Richard refused them. Richard's non-compliance prompted me to meet with Merritt County Sheriff to ask him to not return Richard's guns to him. He agreed. Richard should not have access to his guns, but would have to confer with the county attorney. It was a determination of the county attorney that the sheriff legally had to return Richard's guns to him if he asked for them. There was no mention of having a hearing prior to the return of Richard's firearms to determine if Richard remained a threat to himself or to others. However, the sheriff did tell me that he could not return the guns without Richard providing proof of ownership. I had no recourse but to hold on to the hope my son's disorganized mental state would keep him from locating those documents.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Richard shattered that hope when I saw him retrieve his handgun from his pocket in front of my husband, our young granddaughters, and me, while we were eating dinner on that Saturday after Thanksgiving. Over a year later, one of the deputies who responded to Richard's suicide told me that he had been struggling with guilt since the death of my son. He was the one who returned his guns to him, but he said he had no choice but to give them back. I assured him that he was not to blame for Richard's death. She says, I blame the death of my son on the lack of a red flag law in Nebraska. This law would have necessitated the legal system to respond to the concerns I voiced to the sheriff by convening a group of mental health experts and legal experts, including petitioning family members to weigh in on whether the sheriff should return Richard's guns. And I asked my colleagues, why are we not focusing on these type of issues?
That's time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Blood, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, friends all, I stand opposed to the recommit to committee and am puzzled by AM 666 and would ask that Senator Kavanaugh please yield to a question.
Senator Kavanaugh, would you yield to a question?
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh, can you go on record and explain why this is not an unfunded mandate?
I would love to. So thank you for the question, Senator Blood, and the interest. So my amendment would basically strike the whole bill and then just put the bill would be that there's no longer a fee charged for getting a concealed carry permit. That fee is charged by the Nebraska State Patrol when someone files for a concealed carry. And so if we adopt AM 666 to LB 77, then there would be an A bill that would, in my estimation, based on reading the current fiscal note, would be somewhere around $1.8 million. So we would have to fund this because the State Patrol is an agency of the state. And so if we're telling them we're taking away their funding, we'd be required, I think, to backfill that. So we would be mandating them to do that, but I think there would be an A bill that would come with this to in that about that dollar amount. It might be more, it might be less, depending on how they interpret the amendment.
And so with an A bill, how do we pay for things in state government?
By appropriation, you mean? Is that your question?
And where does appropriation get its money?
You mean, are you asking how they
Like
get
whose money are we spending?
Oh, well, the taxpayers' money, yes.
Okay, I appreciate that. The final question I had is, have you discussed this with Senator Brewer?
I don't think I did discuss the specific amendment with Senator Brewer, and other than maybe in passing at some point in the last 2 years, but not since we've had this debate on this bill, no.
All right, fair enough. Thank you for the answers. With that, I would yield any time I have left to Senator Raybold, should she want it.
Senator Raybold, 2 minutes, 50 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to continue the Mary Steiner story about her son, Richard. She went on to say that she wasn't inferring that her son would still be alive today if the deputy had not returned Richard's gun to him. She goes, I know it's highly unlikely that he would I know it's highly likely he would have found another means to kill himself, yet he would not have had access to a gun that night. Nor would she have experienced the fear of Richard killing my husband, granddaughters, and me before turning the gun on himself. While law enforcement officers responded appropriately when they confiscated my son's firearms, Richard fell through the cracks in a system focused primarily on protecting his legal rights to have access to his firearm, not on his safety or the safety of others. She went on to say, I learned of my son's death when my husband told me it's over. And she said, no, it's not over. It will never be over. I will forever grieve the death of our son, just as it will never be over for the family and friends of 138 other individuals who died by suicide involving a firearm in 2020 in Nebraska. While 139 may not seem to be a considerable number of people, it fails to account for the ripple effect of suicide. According to the National Alliance on Mental Health Illness, research has shown that for every suicide death, 115 people are directly and secondarily affected. And the financial cost of suicide in the U.S. is estimated to be over $40 billion annually. Based on the research, the 139, thank you, Mr. President. Based on the research, the 139 gun-related suicide in the U.S. Based on the research, the 139 gun-related suicides in Nebraska in 2020 profoundly impacted the lives of 15,985 people. These people include devastated parents, children, family, friends, and community. She said, I failed to share with you a phone call I received months after Richard's death. The caller was from the mental health clinic in Grand Island where Richard had received services. She told me that they hadn't heard from Richard and wanted to schedule an appointment to check on him. I had to inform the woman that they hadn't heard from Richard because he died by suicide. There was silence, apologies, assurances that they would not be contacted again. Mary's comment was too little, too late. And I ask my...
Time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Vargas, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you very much. I rise in recommitting, and specifically for LB 77, my opinion on this. I've been against this bill. Again, still having my city of Omaha and still having the police department there be against this bill is the reason why I'm against this bill. I still believe that we need to maintain that local control, and I wanted to make that clear on the record. I still don't have an opinion on Amendment 666. I haven't been able to read through it yet, but I'll be doing that. And but I just appreciate the debate and the dialogue here. But I continue to stand in opposition to LB 77, and what I still see, and I like data. You know, the Pew Research Center had recent data within the last few years that showed that there is consensus on protecting and not repealing the requirement for permits for concealed carry, and this is a point of common ground that we should be maintaining. So for that reason, I'm still opposed to LB 77. I'll be a no vote. Appreciate the dialogue, and I will yield the remaining of my time to Senator Raybold, if she should have it. I'll yield the remainder of my time to Senator Raybold, if she would like it.
Thank you. Senator Raybold, 3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Vargas, and thank you, Mr. President. I just want to wrap up Mary Steiner's thoughts about it was too little too late. And this is the reason why I want to recommit to committee. Why can't we come up with great common sense gun safety measures? You know, I had talked about the suicide risk protection order, red flag laws. These are the type of things that we as a legislative body should be taking up. It's that important. And that's why this bill needs to go back to committee, because we can do better. We can come up with impactful legislation. Going back to my favorite two questions, how are you as a state senator keeping our Nebraska children safe from gun violence? And how are you keeping law enforcement safe from gun violence? Senator McKinney raised a great point. We can't just talk. We just cannot talk about the impact on people of color. We have to do something about it. And it starts, without a doubt, with police reform. I know I'm really proud in our city of Lincoln. We've taken great steps. We've always been a very inclusive, community outreach-focused police department. We have been very fortunate. We've had our officers with the boots on the beat for years and years and years. That doesn't mean we do everything right. After the George Floyd incident, we work with law enforcement to take up reforms that they willingly wanted to take on and focus internally on how they can be a better law enforcement service, how they can better serve the community. They eliminated chokeholds. They eliminated no-knock warrants. They wanted to make sure to beef up and step up their levels of community policing and outreach at fundraisers, at fun events, that the community can see that they're regular people that care about the people they serve. They wanted to make sure that they implemented police reforms that would make sure law enforcement would have the authority to report on a fellow officer if they use excessive force. Senator McKinney is absolutely right, but this is a different dialogue than what we're having today. And I challenge the city of Omaha to work with Mayor Stothert and their city council to come up with some of the similar reforms that we did. Are they going to help all communities? Maybe not. But if they're not helping any community, we should be doing something. We just can't say, I'm not going to work on this because it doesn't help every community in our state. We have to do something. That's never an excuse for not doing a single thing. We're obligated as state legislatures to take up the call for public safety. And what does that mean? Does it mean relax the concealed carry bill? I don't think so. And that's not the answer what the majority of Nebraskans want. They want common sense gun safety measures that help all Nebraskans.
Time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. I stand in support of AM 666 and motion 113. If AM 666 were not to be adopted, then I would definitely want this recommitted to committee. Senator John Kavanaugh's amendment actually addresses my primary concern of the bill, so I appreciate that. And I would like to yield the remainder of my time to Senator Brewer. Mr. President, thank you.
Senator Brewer, 4 minutes, 27 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Now I'm going to use the time to pick on another Senator Kavanaugh. Mr. President, I'd like to address a question to Senator John Kavanaugh.
Question for Senator John Kavanaugh. Would you please yield?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you.
All right, Senator Kavanaugh. John, let's talk a little about AM 666. So we'll just, from now on, we'll refer to this as the devil amendment. What exactly, you talked about the number being what you took from the A bill with the base bill. Do you think that number would be low if we gave free permits?
First off, I appreciate your naming of it. I was trying to figure out what to call it. Yeah, I do, actually. I think that's why I said that's my guesstimate based off of that. But I think if we made it free, I think more people would use it. Sure. I don't know what that number is, though.
Okay, I appreciate it. And then, just so we get it on the record here, the Reader's Digest version of what 666 would do besides pay the fee for the permit would be what?
Well, the amendment would strike everything else that you've done. So everything else you're suggesting that we do. But yeah, that's it. It would just require, it would say that everything else stays the same. You just don't have to pay a fee. So admittedly, I don't expect you to support it, but this is my proposal.
Well,
my counter proposal.
That might have been why I asked the question. All right, thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. All right, let's, because of the way this is shaken out, I didn't really get a chance to do an opening, so I'm not going to eat time with an opening. Let's just real quick go back as a refresher to those listening. What LB 77 would do is it authorized the concealed carry without a permit by people who can legally possess a firearm. It required that the person immediately notify a police officer or emergency responder upon contact and notify them that they're in possession of a concealed handgun. It would preempt local ordinances currently defined in the law. Keep in mind, part of the reason that we did that was right now you can be charged by simply traveling through a particular community without understanding the rules in that community. That shouldn't be that way in Nebraska. Law should apply across the state. And that is where the Attorney General came back when we tried to do a carve out for Lincoln and Omaha and said that would not be constitutional, that the laws that are made in this body are for the entire state, not for certain parts of it. And what 77 wouldn't do is it would not allow felons, perpetrators of domestic violence, or those with dangerous mental illness or other prohibited persons from carrying weapons. It would not change the list of local areas where concealed carry handguns are prohibited. So they're allowed to keep those areas. And it would not stop businesses from posting that weapons are forbidden from a particular premise. So what I'm trying to get to here is there's been a lot of things. We have thrown this stew of things together. It's not about suicide. It's not about red flag. It's not about increasing penalties. It's not about road rage. It's not about weapons. It's not about race. It's not about kids. It's not about police. It's not about criminal. What it is saying that currently you can open carry. If you should put on a coat, you're not a criminal. It is that simple. It will be twisted tonight in every direction possible, but that is not the truth of what we're trying to do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Brewer, you are recognized to speak next.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. All right. Along that line, there's some things that you fundamentally have to understand. One of them is you have things that are constitutional rights. They should not be confused with things like driver's license, which is a privilege. And if you want to say there's a particular part of the Constitution that I don't agree with, so we should disregard it, you have lost an understanding of the Constitution and appreciation of why the Constitution was established in the first place. We heard about a myth about gun-free zones. Please understand, all these shootings happen in gun-free zones, especially the schools. Do you think that a school that has a resource officer has a less or a higher probability of someone doing what happened yesterday in Memphis? I will entertain using my priority bill for next year to put a resource officer in every school in Nebraska. I think we need to look at that. I think that's a legitimate issue, but we cannot confuse the two. It is not the concealed carry permit holders that are going around shooting up schools and getting in gunfights. So if I have it right, we want to be like New Jersey and California. Just take a deep breath and think about that for a moment. Don't agree. Do we need to look at issues and try and figure out some solutions to things like mental illness? You betcha. but that's not the bill we're talking about here today. And you can take and want to twist and add and make it sound all horrible, but what we're trying to do here is very basic. It is giving people the ability to conceal carry without going through the permit process and paying for it. We have gone over during the 8 hours of filibuster last time that we have a training process for free. So training is an issue, but we have a solution to that. We are going to continue to have this filibuster on 77. It was filibustered for 8 hours. If you remember right, last time I talked about we had crossed the 38-hour mark of constitutional carry in this body going through filibusters or poll motions. So we'll continue through it tonight. I'm going to ask some of those that are supportive to step in. I asked them to step out in the beginning so you could hear some of the issues and we could address them. But I think it's got to the point now where those folks at home need to hear from the Nebraskans who do support 77 and why they support it, rather than just hear this nonstop hatred of the Second Amendment and what we're trying to do. What I will ask that you do is understand that the Police Officers Association, police chiefs, have come out in neutral. The Sheriff's Officer Association have come out in support. Does the chief of the Lincoln Police Department support it? No. Does the chief of Omaha support it? No. But let's not confuse that with the line officers that are out there. The other thing is, if you get out of Lincoln and Omaha and you go to the sheriffs in these counties and you talk to them, the reason they're supportive is they understand that there are times they cannot be there. Their counties are too big, their requirements are too great, and they don't have enough officers. So
1 minute.
They understand that having someone who can be there, who is armed to help in situations is not a bad thing. It is a good thing. I'll pick up the rest next time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Duncan, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise, I suppose, in favor of the motion 113, but I specifically rise in favor of AM 666. I think that Senator John Kavanaugh did a good job of explaining what it does. I don't have to sort of go over that again, but if one of the major concerns that everyone in this body had early on was that constitutional right is being abridged unfairly, I think that 666, which is weird to say over and over, addresses that concern by ensuring that individuals can receive both training and their permit essentially at free of cost. And I think that's going to be very, very important. I think that if AM 666 were adopted, that this bill would likely go through with very significant support. And so in an effort to sort of come to that compromise, I appreciate what Senator Kavanaugh's done, and I would support that amendment. I want to go back to the bill, though, as it's currently written prior to the amendment with LB 77, because there are some concerns that I have, as well as some other individuals that have been raised with me. My biggest concern with LB 77 as we have it before us is that it sort of usurps the local control of entities like cities, like Lincoln here, where I'm from, to introduce laws that they believe are best for their area. Every city is different. And so, one of the concerns that folks from Lincoln or the city of Lincoln have talked to me about is the fact that the taking away of their ability to have that local control is very problematic. I have a couple of specific questions for Senator Brewer, and I did ask him about this ahead of time. So these are not gotcha questions, but Senator Brewer, would you yield to a few questions?
Senator Brewer, will you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. One of the questions that was raised specifically with some folks I spoke to from the city of Lincoln is this ability that was built into the bill that folks who are in control of places or premises can outlaw concealed carry of handguns if they post conspicuous notice. Can you tell me whether or not that would apply to public transportation or buses? Because one of the concerns that was raised is that a bus, for example, on StarTran here in Lincoln, would not qualify as a person or a place under that part of the law.
As I understand it, it would. Yes, it's a premises.
Okay, so the intent of the definition of premises was to include a bus or a public transportation?
Yes.
Okay, and then one of the other concerns that specifically came up with that definition of, or the, I guess, ambiguity surrounding places or premises would be a park. So specifically required in that subsection is that you have to post conspicuous notice, which I think is difficult in a park that doesn't have fences or gates. Would a park or a public park fall under that places or premises as well?
I don't think it would, because where you would draw the line, where you're on a road, you're on a park, I mean, there would be a point where basically the city of Lincoln or whatever city would then be off limits because you couldn't establish boundaries.
And so I think the concern that they specifically sort of outlined was if there was like a public event at a park, like a parade or Jazz in June we have here in town, would the city of Lincoln, if they own that park, be able to specifically prohibit it there, or would it still be outside the definition of the places or premises?
No, I think if they could establish a boundary, then yes, they obviously could then. So yeah, concert or any facility like an event center or something like that, you definitely would be able to restrict there because you own it or you rent it.
Okay. And then I know I'm probably running out of time here and I might punch in again, so I don't want to rush these too much. But one of the other concerns that was raised when this was being talked about on general file are places like Pinnacle Bank Arena here in town, where the city of Lincoln has control over that. And I think it was articulated that the ability for the owner of a place or premises to restrict a concealed handgun within that premises was covered for places like Pinnacle.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the city of Lincoln be able to restrict the concealed carry of a long gun or like an assault rifle or anything like that in Pinnacle Bank Arena, or is it specifically limited to handguns?
Well, any other weapon would be criminal possession of a weapon. So I think, that would be the issue there. Specifically, if it's identified as not an area that would be allowed to have a handgun, then yeah. But there are other types of weapons, I guess is what I'm saying.
And I think that was the concern that a number of people had, was that specifically in that part of it, it says that a owner of a place or a premises can prohibit a concealed handgun, but it doesn't say weapon. And those two things legally have different definitions. So I just wanted to flag that concern, and I'll punch my button in again here and we can continue that conversation maybe down the road. But thank you for answering the questions.
Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I rise in support of the recommit motion, and of course in support of AM 666, which Senator Brewer dubbed the devil amendment, but then I had a good suggestion. I don't know if I'm going to out who gave it to me, but that Damien, of course, is the child in the Omen who I think was marked with the number 666, if I remember my older horror movies correctly. So maybe that's a better way to describe it. Eventually we'll figure out the name before we're done here. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about what is involved here. So I do agree with Senator Brewer's question, which is, so the current fiscal note says that there are about 22,000 concealed carry permits, 23,417 permit applications in a given year. So that is new applications and renewals. It averages out to about $78 an application. So it's about somewhere around 50-50 in terms of applications and renewals. And to Senator Brewer's question, if we made it free, would more people apply? Probably. I think so. I mean, I think you'd be, especially if we pass this bill this year and it gets covered in the news and people say, oh, well, there's no cost associated with getting the permit. Maybe you'd get a rush of people who want to take advantage of that. They would still have to get the classes. There are classes that are offered for a price. I just saw one, I was looking online. I saw one that had like a $88 special. And maybe I didn't read all of the details to it, but, and as Senator Brewer and others have said repeatedly on this bill and other iterations of this bill, if we adopt LB 77, there are organizations that will offer these classes for free to make sure that the citizens who are not required to take them still take them. And so I don't see why we couldn't expect the same offer from those civically minded organizations to offer classes for free for folks if they decide to apply for the license, the concealed carry permit, now that there's no longer a state fee associated with it. So I think it's conceivable that if we adopt the Damien amendment here, that we will see individuals being able to effectuate this right or privilege, depending on how you want to define it, without any cost to them. They will have to take the class, but that's the part that the opponents of this bill are concerned about, is the class requirement. We are very interested in making sure that individuals carrying guns in public have some sort of education about what's appropriate for how to behave, where to carry, when they have to identify, all of those things, but also some kind of training about how to behave when you have a gun on you and it becomes an escalated situation, whether it would be appropriate to use that gun in some sort of situation. And I haven't admittedly taken this class, and so I don't know what is the appropriate conduct in those specific situations, but I don't carry a gun, and so I would hope that individuals who have had some sort of training. I know Senator Brewer's had a lot of specific training about what to do in specific situations. So that's what this is about. It's this is a middle road step between where the law is now.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. And what people have articulated is one of their problems with the current state of the law, which is the cost associated with getting the permit. And where LB 77 goes, which is no requirements at all. And so it says we're still going to have people take classes, but we're not going to charge them for the permit. So we're lifting one of the hurdles between that. So it is a step in that direction. It is a modest step, but it does alleviate one of the big concerns for 23,417 Nebraskans and potentially more of those folks. So I, again, would ask for your support to AM 666. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Raybold, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, this discussion about AM 666 has me truly intrigued. So, Senator Kavanaugh, I would like to ask you some questions, but first I would like to respectfully ask Senator Brewer if he would yield to a few questions. And these will, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, they will not be gotcha questions.
Senator Brewer, will you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. You know, you've heard me ask these questions over and over again of our colleagues. And so I just want you to try to be specific, but if you need to take my time, I would certainly glad to hear your answers. So I just want you to tell me, what are you doing to keep Nebraska children safe from gun violence? If you could just tell me the top two things that you are doing as a state senator of keeping Nebraska children safe from gun violence.
Well, I believe that passing of LB 77 will provide individuals who can positively affect situations that could protect children. So we'll start with 77.
And your second one, sir?
Of the bills that I have proposed,
Anything you've done as a state senator to help keep our children, Nebraska children, safe from gun violence?
well, it's going back 7 years, a little hard to just go into the pile of bills and pick a particular one out. I mean, I've done bills that are providing resources to law enforcement that, you know, indirectly would benefit children. So, I mean, have I written a bill to become law that specifically addresses that issue? I have not.
Thank you, Senator. The other question I want to ask you is, what are you doing to help keep law enforcement safer in our state of Nebraska? And just probably your top two things that you have done as a state senator.
Well, just this year, the very first bill I proposed was to increase the pay for Nebraska state troopers. And we have done a bill to provide, and this was through the Paternal Order of the Police, vests for them to use at the Nebraska State Penitentiary. And last year we passed the stolen gun bill, which was directly at the request of law enforcement.
Thank you, Senator. I know that's something that we passed as well in the city of Lincoln. That was something I was very proud of as a city council member, to have safe storage for guns that are stored in vehicles. I think that's really, truly important. You know, Senator Kavanaugh, could I ask you a couple questions about your Amendment 666?
Senator John Kavanaugh, will you yield?
Yes.
So how do we make something like that happen? Or does, we're talking about recommit to committee. Is that the appropriate location for amendments like this? And certainly other amendments that I would like to offer as well.
So you're asking if we recommitted to committee, would that be an opportunity for the committee to amend it?
Yes, that is.
Yeah, I think if we recommitted to committee, then the committee could take original action on it as they did whenever it was back in February or I don't know when they voted it out, but I think they could report it out with a committee amendment.
1 minute.
That contemplates some of the suggestions that have been made here.
Okay, thank you, Senator. I did want to address something that Senator Brewer had mentioned about all the other things that I seem to keep bringing up. Well, the reason why I'm bringing up other matters like red flag laws that we know save lives and other things that states have done, oftentimes as legislators, certainly I did it as a city council member and as a county commissioner, we were constantly looking at what are the best practices in other communities, how they've been successful, how this has saved taxpayer money, but how things that they are doing save lives. The state of New Jersey is proud of the gun safety measures they have enacted. Why? Because they're reducing crime. They're reducing homicide deaths. They're reducing the incidents of road rage that involve firearms.
Time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Brewer, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, since we haven't read it lately, and it seems that some people may have forgotten it, let's go right back to our Article 1, Bill of Rights, Nebraska Constitution. So, all persons are here by nature free and independent and have certain inherent and inalienable rights. Among these are the life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and the right to keep and bear arms for security or defense of self, family, home, and others, and for lawful common defense, hunting, recreational use, and all other lawful purposes. And such rights shall not be denied or infringed by the state or any subdivision thereof. So, again, forgive me if I'm not as understanding as I should be with Lincoln and Omaha. I understand they're the biggest towns and they're pretty important, but there's a lot more to Nebraska than just Lincoln and Omaha. And for those that live in outstate Nebraska and they travel through Lincoln and Omaha, they shouldn't be subject to laws that are not Nebraska laws, especially when it comes to weapons. Now, back to the issue of training. I said I would jump back on. So the Nebraska Firearm Owners Association came out 2 years ago and said, listen, we will help address the issue of training so that you're not paying for it. So keep in mind, the Devil Amendment, 666, is going to cost millions of dollars as opposed to LB 77 that's not. Now, there's an A bill with it because they say that these folks will not be getting the concealed carry permit. But what we found in Wyoming and other places is their number of concealed carry permits increase because that concealed carry permit will allow you to get instant firearms checks and it will also let you cross state lines. But on the issue of training, the Nebraska Farm Owners Association has the following module. Last time when we discussed it during the 8-hour filibuster, you got the website that you can go to do this class. It includes firearm safety, introduction to semi-automatic handguns, introduction to revolvers, how to load and unload revolvers, how to load and unload semi-automatic handguns, how to load and disassemble weapons, range responsibility, range storage, firearms cleaning and maintenance, methods of concealed carry, methods and techniques of increasing personal safety, conflict avoidance, de-escalation, introduction to handgun ammunition, handgun malfunctions, introduction to shooting ranges, interacting with law enforcement, interacting with emergency medical personnel, prohibited places, Nebraska self-defense laws, Nebraska's laws pertaining to the purchase and ownership, transportation of firearms, federal laws pertaining to purchase, ownership, and transportation and possession of firearms, effects of stress and cover, concealment, duty to retreat, personal defense laws in the home, and setting up a personal training program. All right, so all these modules are online. You simply get a password, go on, and you complete them as fast or as slow as you want at your pace, and then you have the particular documentation you need to go with your completion of the course. So the training part of it is there. Now, there is an individual factor. You have to want to have training, and that's the part that you cannot force people to do. There has to be a point where you have the ability to make your own decisions. And that's true with any of your constitutional rights. But again, we do not force people to get a permit, to vote, to have free speech or anything else. For some reason, the Second Amendment is the one part of the Constitution that we think we can force people to pay in order to have that privilege. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Erdman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon. You know, Senator Brewer's been working on this bill for, I believe, 7 years. Senator Brewer has made concessions, has listened to law enforcement from Lincoln and Omaha and others to make sure that he's heard what their concerns are and try to make adjustments to, what shall I say, appease those people. It's difficult for me to understand why a local unit of government would be able to have authority over my Second Amendment right. That's peculiar to me. Senator Brewer read what the Constitution says, and it says no unit of government should have that authority. But we have granted them over time that privilege to take away our rights. And the comment was made, you know, about are we safer with the more guns we have? And I have a document here of a study that was done. And it shows that in 2021, there were 54,000 U.S. residents over the age of 18 that were polled about using a firearm to protect themselves. And on to say that of those people that owned guns to protect themselves, 42% were women. And more than a quarter of African-American people in the United States own guns to protect themselves. The article went on to say that most often these individuals use their weapon, their gun, to protect themselves in their residence or outside of their residence. Several, 34%, said they use them at work or out in public. So to stand up and say that society is not safer when there's someone there with a concealed weapon is not a true statement. I had a person tell me a couple of weeks ago there was a lady that came to Nebraska from Texas, She had a firearm, a pistol, in her car. Her car was broken into and they took her purse, but they didn't take the firearm. And when the police arrived and they found that she had a gun in her car, which is illegal in Lincoln, they cited her for having a weapon. She had no idea that Lincoln had a different law than the rest of the state of Nebraska or in Texas. And so when Senator Brewer talked about you may have a gun on your hip and you put on a coat that covers that gun, you are now breaking the law. We had an opportunity to vote on this bill a couple of weeks ago. There was a significant vote that day. I believe, if I'm correct, there were 36 people supported the bill. I have received, I don't know, I would say maybe 100 emails since that vote. And they've encouraged me to vote for 77 with no amendments. The Devil Bill Amendment 666 is absolutely going to derail everything that Senator Brewer is trying to do. Either we have a Second Amendment right or we don't. And I guess in some cities you don't. But I think it's time for us to become like all the other states who've already approved constitutional carry. And we can be considered a free state that you can exercise your Second Amendment right without having to have a permit. I've never understood why I should have to pay something to use my constitutional rights. So I'm totally in support of 77, and I'm opposed to the Devil Amendment and any other recommit amendment that might be up there. Thank you.
Senator Bosselman, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the recommit motion, as well as AM 666 and the floor amendment. I fully support LB 77. I want to thank Senator Brewer. We continue to debate this bill for bringing the bill to the body. I want to talk about a couple of things that Senator Brewer's already talked about, but I think I mentioned them before, and I think it's important that we talk about them. That's training. A majority, I would say a large majority of our youth, if you remember on General File, I spoke about this. I'm a outdoor shooting sports instructor. I had that training for 4-H. We have a large number of students in this state. If you're concerned about kids, my son shot a number of years ago in trap and sporting clays when he started in 6th grade, all the way through high school of 4-H. I also had students that shot the pistol, target shooting competitions. And also students who shot .22s and BB guns. Those are done through 4-H. In fact, last week, I think it was, I was in Saunders County, I was at the fairgrounds, and guess what was going on in one of the buildings there? They had the 4-H students in there, the kids in there, probably about 6th grade, maybe a little bit younger, all lined up, all with an adult standing over them, all getting instructions, all handling BB guns, shooting targets, training, education. Any student, any youth that shoots in any sporting activity that we have in the state through school, 4-H, American Legion, whatever, has to have a hunter safety course. And oh, by the way, we're talking about training, so perhaps next year I should bring a bill, as in other states do, Eddie Eagles, the NRA training, schools do it in their school. So perhaps that's what we need to do, is have that. It's voluntary, but if we want students, if we want kids to get trained, then let's bring a bill. Let's allow it to happen in schools. A lot of schools already do it in trap and sporting clays, but let's start them out at 6th grade or earlier. If you want training, a number of schools, if you go out to Donovan, first weekend in May, you'll see about 2,000 kids out there shooting. In the years that they've been out there, they've never had an issue, unsafe issue with those kids.
for a number of years, 15, 20 years probably. Training is happening, training goes on. So if you stand up here and say that there's no training, you're wrong. Training is happening. Businesses, as Senator Brewer says, from across the state are providing training, giving training, free training. People are taking those classes. If you want to have a concealed carry permit, you have to have the class. So those things are happening already across the state, already to our youth, to young people, to adults. That training is there. Again, you'll see it in state, local, every weekend on Saturday, perhaps Sunday. You go to the local shooting club, and there's going to be kids out there right now, 6th grade through 12th grade, shooting trap. Every one of those youth have received training, have gone through hunter ed, and they receive hands-on training, every single one of them. The other thing I want to talk about real quick will be
1 minute.
Handgun purchase. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Handgun purchase. If I go to Omaha or other towns, perhaps Lincoln, and I purchase a handgun somewhere in town, and I don't have a handgun permit or a concealed carry permit, I believe I'm in violation. Just to purchase it, put it in my car, and go home. Just because I purchased a handgun. And I cannot go out of state and purchase a handgun. I can't give a handgun to someone else. In order to purchase a handgun, have a handgun, you have to have a handgun permit or a concealed carry permit. You have to have a background check. Have to. So with that, I want to reemphasize training is happening. Training continues to happen and will happen with our youth and others in the state. And I think that's an important thing for us all to remember. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senators, we have reached the point of the day where we will now stand at ease for approximately the next 30 minutes. When we return at around 6 p.m., Senators Duncan, Von Gillerin, and Senator John Kavanaugh will be recognized to speak. Mr. Clerk, for some items.
Mr. President, new A bill, legislative bill 419 for Senator Wishart's bill for inactivating appropriations appropriates funds to aid in the carrying out of the provisions of legislative bill 419. Additionally, amendments to be printed from Senator Hunt to LB 754 and Senator Conrad to LB 514 and Senator Hunt to LB 296. That's all I have this time, Mr. President.
Senators, we are at ease.